times and a new form in this setup. You hear them behind me. The stage is ready, so let's kick it off for the very first best of 3 here at Les Arènes. Fnatic versus Shifters.
Vous savez, il va y avoir déjà un premier match aujourd'hui. Ça va être assez fou, mais ça me fait trop plaisir de vous retrouver pour cette nouvelle année. Comment il va le Blue Wall? Ça bouge pas. Ça bouge pas, vous êtes toujours en forme, ça me régale. Mais voilà, il y a quelqu'un qui a organisé cet événement qui permet justement au LEC d'être en France ici. Et c'est un honneur pour nous d'avoir le regard de l'Europe ici tourné vers les arènes de la CACOR. Justement, il voulait vous en dire un mot. Faites du bruit pour Kameto! Il est là. Il boit la pression parce qu'elle est réelle. Son équipe est en train de faire une perfect run. Il va falloir continuer comme ça. Mais pour l'instant, profitons de cette ambiance pour Kameto.
C'est dingue, merci.
Profite Kamel. Je sais que c'était important pour toi de venir dès le début du show.
Je suis en train de kiffer déjà.
Mais t'as raison.
Bah moi je voulais juste vous dire bonjour déjà pour commencer et vous remercier d'être venus ici. Salut à tous. Je voulais aussi vous remercier pour tout ce soutien. On entame la 6e année du club. Je sais qu'il y a eu des hauts, des bas, il s'est passé 1 milliard de choses. Mais vous êtes toujours là, vous nous donnez toujours votre force. Et déjà, grand merci parce que sans vous, il n'y aurait rien de tout ça. Donc du bruit pour vous aussi. Comme je l'ai dit au pré-show, on a des joueurs, la ferveur des meilleurs supporters du monde. Donc je compte sur vous pour chaleureusement les accueillir tout au long du week-end. Et moi, je vais retourner au cast. Merci à tous. Faites un maximum de bruit, kiffez. Et on se revoit demain de toute façon déjà.
Ouais, on se revoit tout de suite même pour le commentary des games. Merci Kameto, je te laisse aller t'installer parce que les matchs vont commencer d'ici peu. Mais voilà, il voulait prendre le temps aussi de vous passer un petit message. Vous savez, la cassée, elle a vécu une année quand même particulière. Mais il y a une chose sur laquelle elle peut compter, c'est sur le soutien de sa communauté. Donc effectivement, remercier le public, c'est important. Donc vous pouvez vous applaudir ici, dans le chat aussi. Je sais que vous êtes très nombreux à soutenir la cassée tout au long de leur parcours sur tous les jeux sur lesquels ils sont présents. Et donc c'est très important de soutenir les clubs français de manière générale. Et vous le faites très bien à la cassée depuis très longtemps. C'est une vraie fierté d'être ici avec vous et de pouvoir justement voilà, m'imprégner un peu de cette ambiance. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts pour le début des matchs de cette LEC ici aux arènes? Chez vous, je pense que vous êtes aussi aux petits oignons. Eh bien écoutez, on est parti pour la première rencontre. Et on commence avec une équipe qui doit absolument goûter à la victoire pour garder son destin en main. C'est encore possible d'aller chercher une qualification en play-off. Mais il faut réagir ici et maintenant. Tout faire plus vite. Tout faire mieux. Tout faire ensemble. Il faut du changement. Une évolution. Et ça tombe bien, c'est dans leur ADN. Shifters! Avec sur la top lane, Roaster. Dans la jungle, Bukana. Au rôle de mid laner, Nuke. En carry, Panic. Et le support, Tribu. Bien sûr accompagné du coach staff, Striker et Menkyu, qui font un travail extraordinaire aussi de leur côté. L'équipe a besoin de goûter à la victoire. Il faut réagir dès ce week-end. Mais il y a un morceau qui est quasiment dans la même situation. Un nom déjà connu de tous. Avec un début de saison certes loin de leur standard. Les doutes sont là. La pression aussi. Mais justement, c'est le moment de répondre, de corriger le tir, de reprendre le contrôle et de se sécuriser une place en play-off. Et quoi de mieux que de le faire ici, aux arènes Fnatic! ！ »
「
Pyros dans la jungle. Radar au rôle de mid laner. Vladi au carry, upset et le support, Mousepad. Bien sûr accompagné du coaching staff, Grabs et Gaz sont aussi ici présents sur scène. Encore une fois du bruit pour les deux équipes. Et on est parti pour la première rencontre, que le meilleur gagne.
Here we are in Les Arènes, ready for week 6 of the LEC. A warm reception for Shifters and a fiery reception for Fnatic, I'll say.
Yeah. The former KC mid laner. I mean, what a reaction from the crowd. Some strong emotions here in the arena. I wasn't expecting Shifters to be the favorites from the crowd's perspective coming into game 1, but here we are. We're live from every France, and we've got a very interesting game on our hands. Both teams in desperate needs of a win. Someone has to walk away today with that victory, and we're going to see who can take advantage of, I guess, the home ground advantage that Shifters now have.
Yeah, I was hearing some Shifters chants as well,
Absolutely.
right? Like, I expected KC to be the only team to get chants, but the fans here very much in favor of Shifters. Nuke in the mid lane got a few cheers as well. Shifters currently sitting at 0-4 though. A long road left to climb. 5 wins basically guaranteeing you playoffs at this point. 4 is a possibility. 3 a very slight possibility that you make it through. Need to start winning here because you have 3 best of 3s over 3 days. And if I haven't said 3 enough, I'll chuck another one in there at the end. 3.
Yeah, all of these teams this weekend, it's just a very big weekend for every single team, right?
It's true.
Such massive impact for the standings. And naturally, KC are looking like the toughest opponent to beat. Fortunately for both these teams, they're kind of arguably starting off with their easiest opponent.
Sure.
So getting a win here is very much needed in terms of building momentum for the weekend, but also for those standing themselves in a better position qualify for playoffs. But thinking about what the priority will be, we still are on the remaining patch. We still are 26.8, which means that there are going to be no major changes. A lot of those changes that a lot of you may have read online is happening next week, not this week. So for now, things like Pantheon still a priority. Rise, Orianna still the go-to bans. AD carries, things like Yunara, Caitlyn, Varus, the go-tos that we've been seeing a lot of, especially with things like the Ashe Seraphine still up, primed and poised. Even though teams have moved away from it a little bit with things like the Ezreal Karma as well, still being the go-to. Yeah,
Karma, Ezreal, especially for Shifters, the only bot lane they have won on so far this split. Paduk on that Ezreal. We heard Finn talking about it in the ready check as we get ready to get on into draft. A lot of pressure on these players, not only because of the fact that they are almost eliminated as teams from the LEC playoffs, but also the jet lag. You've flown all the way over to France. It's a long trip. Took us like 1 hour, 50 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Huge difference in terms of time, food as well.
Some of these
we
players,
always hear when you go international, teams, they bring their ramen across with them.
No, you're right.
There's a lot of stuff you got to deal with. The language barrier, obviously a big one as well.
Yeah. Acclimating to the environment.
For Mikado and Nuke, that's a huge shift overall, of course.
They may have some experience.
Yeah, possibly a little bit.
Yeah, considering that at least they know the local language, one could say.
I mean, you could argue that.
Yeah. But also, these players were up at like 7 a.m. yesterday.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they were on our flight.
Yeah, very early morning. Have they recovered?
It's a good
Have they had a good night's sleep? Because I slept a lot. Even I'm still a little tired.
You slept like 10 hours.
Yeah, and I'm still a little tired, Medic. So huge consequences on the line. But bringing us back a little bit to more pressing matters, perhaps.
Sure.
I
thought you had a point at that point.
Yes,
okay, you do?
I do. Yes,
it was
of
just
course
taking you a while to get to the point? Okay, cool.
I was paused for dramatic delivery, Medic. Yes.
It wasn't paused for how do I structure the sentence?
No. It was paused for dramatic delivery. Now, let me again recreate that.
Okay, wait. I'll say something and you can say, let's come back to it, okay? Yeah, so Nuke and Bukada obviously fluent in French. They'll have been to the boulangerie, the patisserie, they will have had their mille fois this morning.
And that's a great point. Game. Because when we think about the schedule, right?
Yeah.
3 best of 3s back-to-back across 3 days.
Yes.
It's effectively a mini tournament.
It is.
massive implications in terms of the standings, as we've already highlighted. But when we think about the momentum and also the environment, for those that aren't here in the arena today, if you're watching from home, electric.
It really
A
is.
ton of energy, but that energy is very focused.
It is.
The fans have their favorites and they have their not favorites, and they are very clear in that. So how will the teams perform in that environment? Some players thrive when the crowd seems to be against them. Some crack under the pressure. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on how individuals perform, because I think back to last year where we had that roadshow in Madrid and we had teams like GX step up, elevate. Same for Fnatic. Teams can thrive and get better in this environment, and when both these teams are in desperate needs of the win, will we see the coordination that we've been looking for Shifters? Will we see Fnatic convert their leads into success and ultimately victories that they're so desperate for?
I evo nas ljudi moji, konačno, ipak je roadshow tako da očekivano da će malkice da kasne, ali mislim da nije ništa pretjerano strašno. Shiftersi i Fnatic koji obećao da više neće izgubiti ni jedan meč. Shiftersi koji su u malom problemu, iskreno. Vidjet ćemo šta će se ovdje izdogađati. Kevin je pobesnio veliki post danas. I, boga mi, do ostatka leca svaka partija je mnogo bitnija. Shiftersi 0-4, Fnatic 1-3, obe ekipe katastrofalan start. I vidjet ćemo ko će bolje proći. Meni ostaje samo malo da izdalim stream. I onda u suštini da se bacimo na uživanje leca.
So Ergo Army is something we've seen a couple times.
It is.
So I wonder if Shifters, I mean, is something that Finn's saying he wanted to see Paduk play, getting that agency for him to be both aggressive and defensive, play for himself, perhaps unlock Trimby on the map.
Yeah, Paduk's had some really good performances on this Ezreal. Don't need to pick support now, instead they'll go for the Jarvan. Lockdown against the Karma works incredibly well, but Fnatic already know exactly what they want to bring out. No surprises from Shifters for them. They'll take the Skarner and immediately alongside it the Caitlyn for a very powerful pushing bot side.
And we've seen this from Fnatic before. They're not afraid to bring out the Caitlyn. Upset, been having a pretty solid spot overall.
Tako.
So they're going to be looking to
Šta smo rekli? 5 poraza i auci. Tako da jako malo prostora. Shiftersi ako izgube još jednu, verovatno su doomed. Fnatic ako izgube još dve, doomed su. Fnatic igra danas, igra sutra, igra prekustra. Shiftersi takođe. S tim da Shiftersi su beyond doomed, igraju protiv KC-a i protiv Navija, tako da mislim da Shiftersi ako izgube ovu, piše propalo. Fnatic igra protiv Navija i protiv KC-a takođe. Da, bukvalno samo te tri ekipe igraju danas, tako da i za Fnatic i za Shifterse ovdje, kogod izgubi ovdje, ja mislim da je ispao, to je moj take instant. Mislim da su im protivnici samo preteški.
The concern comes for Shifters now that your support pool is going to be pinched. Because Nami is for sure going to be banned now.
You'd assume so.
And with Bard already gone, some of the best pairings alongside Ezreal. And Ezreal, I feel he is a little support dependent in the sense that like there are supports that they either want to roam because Ezreal is very support agnostic, or they want something that really complements him, that really enables. So perhaps Nico could be the backup.
That was my thought. Nico could be the backup.
But then is it good into Caitlyn Karma?
It can struggle, especially with the Inspire shield. You can struggle to get as much damage.
Sakrine, dobrodošao je. Posao je noć sad, ali ja kažem Burenci, meni niko ne veruje, znači postoje dva prio pika u lecu, ili igraš Ashe Serafin, ili igraš Ezreal Karmu. I onda posle toga ovi utešnih pikovi su ti Caitlyn Bard i Corki Nami. U stvari Corki Nami pa Caitlyn Bard. Znači to je lestvica prioriteta. Nema tu šta. Znači, da se igrači pitaju... Ok, neće. Da se igrači pitaju, mislim bi svaki game bilo isto. Svaki game. Game broj 1, Ashe Serafin u S Karmu. Game broj 2, Corki Nami u Caitlyn Bard. I onda game broj 3 kukaš da nemaš pikova više. Straight up, nema tu šta, bukvalno. To je to. To je to. Ok, legendo, drago mi je da to čujem. Ja sam se danas toliko našetao. Smišća peremo luja, kasnije goste dolazi mi sestrić sa ženom i sa ćerkicom danas i onda u suštini čim završim lec, bit ću cela večer s njima malo da se družimo. Tako da baš jedva čekam, baš sam uzbuđen, sestrića mi također dolazi, sestra mi dolazi, tako da pola familije dolazi. A već sam se ono giga našetao s Lujem, išli smo ga kupamo, stavio sam i na story. Leblanc. Tako da, šta sam trebao, fizički sam odradio, sad je vrijeme malo da se uživa uz lec, nakon toga malo chill s familijom. Lep dan. Ne znam da li ste čuli, namjerno sam pustio program od početka koliko je publika buovala Vladija. Jako bitna stvar da je ovo u Francuskoj, ovo je Traveling Road Show kao možete da vidite. Ovdje je onaj K-Corp Arena, se tako zove. I ceo današnji dan je u Francuskoj. Jer Riot je rekao da hoće malo više road show-ova i sve slično.
You'll have to elucidate the mid lane matchup for me a little bit in terms of who's going to get pushed early. I feel like the AORUS should be able to get some early push, because she has weirding and twofold hex, but it depends on how well distortions are used. We'll see how it goes as we get on to Summoner's Rift in just a moment's time, but it does feel like Fnatic want to get towards those two items, get Caitlyn into a position she's strong, move her around the map after getting bot lane prio, and then be able to put the pressure onto Shifters via just upset being really big on this Caitlyn and having a little bit of a flank threat through Vladdy.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane I think is going to be a big deal for Fnatic. We'll see how successfully they can play through it as we jump into game one. And yeah, I mean, this mid matchup, I think it's just quite volatile. Both champs like to trades. Aurora generally gains dominance through the lane because against short range matchups, she can leverage her auto to generate the passive. Going for things like electrocute, of course, generally means that I want to hit you, take a chunk of your HP, I then use my HP advantage to gain pressure. But LeBlanc likes to do something similar. Yeah. So while she tries to clear the wave with her distortion, in an ideal world she's hitting you and the wave. So I throw my Q out, I W in, I chunk out the wave, and I also chunk out.
Shifter, ali vi Shifters i 0-3 Fnatic 1-3, znači obe ove ekipe su katastrofalna pozicija. Ne znam zašto na Wikipediji piše da su 0-4. Ali jesu 0-4. What? Ja mislim da je Riot malo zeznuo grafiku ovdje. Shiftersi su izgubili od G2-a, izgubili su od Giantsa, od SK i od Vitality-a. Shifters imaju 4 poraza, nemaju 3 poraza. Da, sad ću doći samo da obujem čarap jer mi jako zima i onda ćemo da se upalimo i kameru i da se gledamo malo.
If you land a bubble onto a Karma without flash, yes, she has Inspire, but you have so much chase potential with an Ezreal and with a Nami that it becomes a lot harder for Losper to actually step up. He's decided not to do it this game. It makes sense. Karma Caitlyn will naturally just get the wave push because they have a little bit more power in their ranged abilities than the Ezreal and the Nami. And you can see Paddock here trying to trade aggressively onto Losper, knowing if Losper's at half health and we don't give him a free Mantrid focus resolve, he's not going to be able to heal that up too effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way Trimby is using the heal right now. Just coming out ahead in terms of HP at the very least, but Upset still with the push, using his range to great effect.
Tako, sad je lakše. Sad smo giga chill. Palimo i kameru i sad možemo da se bacimo u full uživanje. U full uživanje da imamo ko ispada. Kažem, ko ovdje izgubi imamo gotove za ovaj split. Zvuči bezazleno, borba između dvije ekipe na dnu i solidna je šansa da će obe ekipe u stvari ispasti, realno, ali mislim da ko ovdje izgubi, jednostavno mislim da nema šanse. Jer onda moraš dobiti KC i Navi, što se neće dogoditi. KC je 3-0, Navi je 4-1. Da, ne dobijaš to. Ok, dive. Sad će LeBlanc samo da uzme kajma kako nuk. Q-chain. Q-chain, W nazad. Au, nuk. Au, nuk, šta radiš? Au, nuk! O, se lik zbunio. Majko, vrati. Dobro, kao što sam rekao, shiftersi ovdje ispadaju. Ajde, dogodi se. Dali su sve od sebe. Tako je kako je. Kuže mi li šta uradi čovjek, reci. Ti veruješ, Klaro, što je on uradio? Pogledaj LeBlanc samo. Samo da vidiš ako puste replay. Pogledaj LeBlanc. Vidi ga lik, ima free kill. Pogledaj. I onda uđe, i onda, hoću ta, riješiti. I onda ću nazad, i onda ću vamo, i onda ću da umrem. 5000 evra mjesečno plaćen za to. Pa daj meni 5000, ja ću bolje igrati od njega. Vidite vi to, ljudi moji, pa to je nevjerovatno. To je nevjerovatno. Dobro, malo se zbunilo. Mislim, bio u Koreji na bootcampu, tako da mi nije jasno šta je tamo radio. Ali moram malo bolje, mislim, ja malo sad trolam, ali iskreno razumete. Iskreno razumete, malo trolam, a malo šta je ovo. Još je uzeo LeBlanc, bro, uzeo si LeBlanc mora da bije, ne sme to tako da ide, ljudi. Nikako to tako ne sme da se odigra. Da, apsolutno imaju free kill čovjek, mislim. Je gubio Koreji. Pa ne znam, oni su, cijela priča sakrene, mislim, ne znam koliko si ispratio, generalno koliko ste ispratili priču Shifter za ovaj off-season, ali pošto su Pedak i Rooster svakako iz Koreje, Bokada, Nuk i Trimby su odlučili da na svoj trošak odu u Koreju da bootcampuju. I onda su oni su jedina ekipa koja je provela off-season u Koreji, da bootcampuje. I onda su napravili oko toga kao sad ćemo mi Korean bootcamp, bit ćemo bolji, bla bla. Međutim, koliko sam ja skapirao, oni su u Koreji samo igrali solo queue. I onda sad imaš baš puno analitičara, ljudi koji su u fazonu, bro, pa što si išao u Koreju igraš solo queue? Kao, ne znam. Nemam pojma.
For anything better here in the early game. It's been a perfect early game for him. He can now also leave his bot lane to its own devices to a degree. You've got a BF Sword, Caitlyn, and Vandal Glass Mirror already on the Karma. Camps are coming up for Bukada down towards that bottom side, so we'll see if he looks for a gank down towards bot. Razork is working his way towards his top side camps, no surprises. He's got Krugs and a red buff to take. He can look to try and relieve some of the pressure on Emperos that Rooster's currently putting down. I'm glad you highlighted that simply because the thing you mentioned earlier was Karma without flash is susceptible. Yeah. They've got the heal back up, but with Bukada having level 6, this might be his best available play right now. It's a window. Try to punish Losper, especially with the wave now stacking up. You can see that Losper's went for the roam mid. Maybe there's an opportunity here to threaten a dive. Trimby's just cleared out some vision. Let's see if Bukada decides to go for it. There's a world where Vladdy would get the early roam. Keeping my eyes on the minimap right now. He's a little...
Ovi komentarišu to možda playu, ali nisu takvi. Ne kažeš ti flameš, malo tako me baciš, pa škić me... Po, brate, ja sam u fazonu, mislim, vidi. Vidi, Goksi, znaš šta je fora? Što realno, ja radim watch party i meni je dozvoljeno malo se sprdam. Znaš, oni trebaju da se trude da budu profesionalni, koliko mogu. Sad imaju i oni svoje trenutke, ali generalno... Znaš, oni trebaju daju sve od sebe da bude malkice ozbiljnije. Dok ja imam mislim... Naravno, gledaj, ja imam neki svoj limit, neću ni ja sad razumeš da ne znam ni ja šta radim igračima. Ali malo se sprda, mislim što da ne, pogotovo kada grifaju. Lepo je upset odigrao ovo koliko je mogo u counter game. Mislim Mislim samo pušta da umre creepy, to je to. Rooster ima dosta damage-a, iskreno. Baš dosta damage-a ima.
And now Upset doesn't have a flash. And so that repeat gank is always a possibility. Obviously, Bukada will want to go through his top side, clear out those camps, doesn't want to fall too far behind to Razork. The good thing for him is, if he does leave a couple of camps up, Stalno isn't the quickest clearer of a jungle. You're not fighting into something like a Lilia or a Diana that can just walk into your jungle and immediately clear it off.
Ne znam, uvijek mi je čudno kad vidim da neko pika LeBlanc kada nema lead. Uvijek sam u fazonu, što će uopšte onda uzeo LeBlanc? Samo igraj nešto što je korisno kasnije i budi pasivan i farma i bolete uvo. Baš mi je čudno. Koji skrime protiv random i uvijek? Pa mislim, u pravu si Sakrine, ali istovremeno... Ne znam, mislim da su skrimovi u lep... Ajoj, upset, majko. Ajoj, upset, čoveče, dobit će kill, ali... Ovo je bilo toliko loše. Komunikacija je bila 0 ovdje, iskreno ovo ne sme se događa, ali nema veze. Mislim da je skrimovanje i protiv trunku loših ekipa bolje nego da ne skrimuju uopšte. A oni su samo otišli da igraju solo queue, što mislim da je... Nemam pojma, mislim daleko od optimalnog, zar ne? Što se Kajna vidi i ovdje, mislim krenuli su, evo ga 0-4. Ja sam bio siguran su 0-4, sam bio fazon, nema šanse su 0-3. Znam da su izgubili 4 gema, zašto znam da im je 5 i lose GG. Jer onda najbolje što mogu da budu je 4-5. Jer imaju 9 gemova, zašto ima 10 ekipa. A ako si 4-5, ja mislim da to nije dovoljno prođeš dalje. Opet kaže, matematički postoji 0,1% šanse da prođeš, ali... I to s nekim 5-8 tiebreakerom na dnu tabele. Tako da mislim da 5 poraza i, brate, čao zdravo. Blokada opet igra bot. Mislim, okuvati Kate, što da ne. Jako lep, jako. I sad čeka da se dešaju da ulta ili može samo da ulta za damage. Jako. I sad ulta, neće da ulta. Imao ult na Lospa, ali bio bi ispod kule, tako da... Dobar i flash od Lospa kad se flasha da bude u turret range-u da Jarvan ne sme da ga ulta. Mislim da je to skroz okej.
He had been topside, but his wolves were just about to come up and his gromp was still up. So if Fnatic are like, oh, he's cycling towards topside again, you expect him to be going over there to clear his camps. Instead, he goes to where there are no camps in the bottom lane and says, I need to get my lane back in the game. And because of that, although he does take the kill, the goal lead shrinks a little bit between Paduk and Upset.
I mean, they knew he didn't have flash, and he deliberately held the ultimate to try and wait for the net to come through. So ultimately, really well played from Bukada.
Pa slažem se, da, mislim, nemam pojma. Ne znam, kao solo queue, mislim da nije nužno vredno biti u Koreji da bi samo igrao solo queue i računao ćeš postati faker od toga. Mislim da je okej ako kao nemaš tim u redu, da se improvuješ ti ovako, ali... Mislim, problem Shiftersa je mnogo više na timskom nivou. Gdje si rekao? Mnogo više im je problem na timskom nivou nego bilo šta drugo. Mislim da su svi oni sad u lecu kao okej. Nemaš ti tu igrača koji nema prste, nemaš tu spratela. Mislim da su svi igrači kao okej, oni ovako, ali... Džabe kad ne znaš šta radiš kao tim. Doduše ruku na srce ne zna ni Fnatic šta radi kao tim. I jako je smiješno ako čujete malkice publiku u pozadini, koliko navijaju protiv Vladija, zato što Casey navijači mnogo mrze Vladija. Ovo je za mene. Nice. Dobio sam 2 kafe, ljudi. GG. Jer 100 ml kafe ili 50? 100 ml kafe ili 50? A? Ne kafe, ne. Gets a good two-man ulti. The ulti follow-up from Trimby is fantastic, and then the arrival of Paduk just means if he hadn't shown up, it ends up being a 2-for-1. Bukada probably dies, but with that extra Ezreal damage, Shifters is able to win out the fight. Now, while all this has been happening, top is tako, idemo kafu. Nuke je pogodio chain, sve postoji prvi put. Šta?
has the freedom to roam around the map. But before I get an opportunity, he actually makes the roam happen towards mid, and they find a kill on the upset. Who was the goal lead for Fnatic? He was the one with the advantage. He was the one Fnatic needed to play through, and Shifters find themselves a big pick.
Upset still the only player on Fnatic with a gold lead. After the early ganks from Razork, I thought perhaps they'd be able to explode this a little bit more, but first Tower going down for Rooster is big. Unable to move the Caitlyn out on the map as quickly as you want, and now when you do move the Caitlyn out on the map, you have the risk of Rooster. It's no paltry matter that this Jace can come down from the top lane and flank your AD carry. You can see Fnatic will want a little bit of vision around it. Paduk a little bit safer than the Caitlyn. Arcane Shift a bit more of a...
Bro, ako Fnatic izgubi, ljudi, otvorite Twitter i samo čitate komentari. Vi niste svjesni šta će ljudi raditi Fnatic ako izgube ovdje. A jako mi je nevjerovatno da brate, ekipa koja je uvek bila kao, mislim, od sezone 1, ono, Fnatic je uvek bio ime koje je bilo u Evropi i ono, imali su sve da svi žele da budu u Fnaticu, a sad je Fnatic postao ono, čak nije ni kanta, onako kantica, ona za papir pored kompa što on stoji. Baš je nekako ono, downfall Fnatica treba da bude proučen. Imamo Shifterse, Fnatic, imamo Case i Navi. Te 4 ekipe igraju sljedeća 3 dana. Samo će igrati, jeli, ono, jedni protiv drugih, unokrsno, što bi se reklo, svako protiv svakog. Pa, Warp nije još, uzet ću obzir da tim koji si spomenuo je dobio Kikaru. U Counteru isto, ali jeste, ne gledam Counter toliko iskreno. Znam da je Fnatic u Counteru bio dobar isto neko vrijeme, brate. Znam da je u Counteru, brate, Fnatic baš tukao, brate. Dok je igrao ono Olaf Meister i ko već s njima. Fnatic je baš bio dobar, brate. To jeste malo šteta, meni je to iskreno krivo, brate. Kad pogledaš i Fnatic, i Ninjas, i Pijama, zajde nip sad igra u gdje god, ali i TSM, i CLG, baš ono, mnogo ekipa je baš propalo. A meni je baš krivo jer kao, ne znam, meni je nekako legacy tih organizacija uvek bio interesantan. Kao što mi je krivo što Moscow 5 više ne postoji. Kao, meni je toliko bila fora, gledam ono 5 ludih Rusa koji se nabadaju na Riftu da ja vam ne mogu opišem.
Problem for Fnatic is there's a rift held in pocket for Bukada, so he's going to put that down in mid. As you say, an early TP, 3 seconds before the Drake does spawn. Rooster's just going to run out. Nuke's going to do the same. Could look for the push out of bot side. What you really want to see from a LeBlanc who is in this position in fights like this is flanking. You do not want them playing front to back, and Shifters will be looking to utilize a Nuke as a dash in from the side, even under turret, just for the extra poke. Good Arcane Shift away from Product, the Rift gets its charge in, but doesn't quite take down the tower. This is what we like to see from LeBlancs. Don't just stand behind your tanks, instead look for that poke damage.
Oh, hang on, that's a big bubble.
Great bubble, Pathmaker out, tidal wave there for the follow-up, and Empress is able to just walk away.
Fnatic had position on the river. They were the first to the objective because remember, they committed an early TP. Yep. By doing that, Shifters then responded with, well, we're just going to drop Howard mid then. You take Dragon, or if you take position on the Dragon, we'll take your mid tower. And Fnatic said, no, we don't want that to happen. So Fnatic then rotate over to mid to try and contest the Herald. They fail contesting the Herald, but while doing that, they also concede pressure around the river, allowing for Shifters to then take foot inside that river, and now they've created what is effectively
M5 znam. Ma mislim da ja iskreno mislim da je jako retko krivica igrača. Što su igrači krivi za to da organizacija nije sposobna.
Shifters played that very well, but I feel like Fnatic's approach to that Dragon was very sloppy all over the place, and Shifters just picked them apart.
I 100% agree with you. I do think we have to give credit to Shifters because often this is the point where they take a bad fight and lose the game. Around here to 25 minutes, right? So the fact that they knew exactly what they wanted to do, They set it up, they said, Fnatic, this is what we're trying to do in this situation. Fnatic misplayed around it, and then Shifter didn't say, oh, let's all in the Cassantes, he dashes back underneath tower. Instead, they accepted, we'll go for Drake, we'll get the pushback, and we'll take the tower, we'll get it played in bot side, and now we've opened up the map even more.
And they're doing the right thing here. Push in mid, rotate to bot. Now the Cassante can't stay. He doesn't have
Pa dobro, da.
He's going to get no support from the rest of his team.
To je fair, to je fair.
Of this tower being dived. This gives free access from Nuke with the grubs as well to pick away at this tower, and they don't even have to do the dive. The threat of the dive is enough. They secure the last adder tower, and Shift is now creating what the observers are showing for us, just darkness across the rift. Fnatic losing complete control over the map. Shift is doing a fantastic job of asserting dominance and getting what they can. Now Fnatic looking for a bit of a late cross map. They will still get towards that top tower. But yeah, look, they're too hesitant because the resets have already come through.
Dobio sam neku bitnu informaciju.
The problem for Fnatic again is Finn talks about the counting test, and we've talked about it like over the years of League of Legends. Count how many people are on the map, and if you know you can outnumber, then you can take the fight. They don't really see anyone on the map because of that fog of war, because of that darkness, and so they can never really do good arithmetic. They're sitting there saying, well, I see two people. Where are the other three? They could be waiting in a tri-bush, they could be waiting to catch you out. Even if Rooster oversteps a little bit here, you can see Bukado is just near the blue buff at the Gromp. Trimby's already here.
Tako?
Fnatic have no idea.
Pa nemamo ništa. Imamo G2 da kažeš, ajde. G2 je relativno dugo orga tu. Kad pogledaš cijela ona Origin, Expeke, akcija i sve tu je rip. Tako da... Ne sam, Nikola, sam igrao set 17. 3 ili 4 gema sam igrao. Što način puno ljudi se žali, meni je simpatičan set. Verovatno zato što sad ne želim LoL da igram uopšte i onda, pošto toliko nemam volje da igram LoL do 29. onda mi je verovatno TFT malo privlačniji. To je neki moj take. Ma Warp ne pitaj, vrate, znači svako ko je Master Plus, reseta se i LP, ali reseta se i MMR. Znači tebi MMR ide na 0 LP Master. Što je toliko loše, ja ne mogu da opišem koliko je to loše. Zajec, ti si, vrate moj. Pa gde si, vrate? Kako ti je zvanično ovde ime, prezime? Mrdi na Zajec da znamo da si ti, brat moj. Ali da, jako loše što resetuju sve na 0 LP MMR-a. To u suštini znači da čak i da TI i Scumond imaćemo isti MMR, što mislim da je užasno loše. Loilo mislim da ostaje isti. You just poke, you gain control over a lane, Fnatic has to concede that pressure, you then steal away camps, you get deep vision, and you're basically just setting up for the next objective. Fnatic do have some vision around the bot side, but Shifters is going to reset, come back out onto the map, clear all this vision out, and then set up for Dragon. If they're first on the objective, Fnatic then have to face check into all of this poke. Yeah. So the only real way in which Fnatic can contest this is number one, Shifters overstep their bounds. They get too cocky, they get too overconfident, they make a misplay, and they leave themselves vulnerable to Razork finding an engage. Or if Fnatic can be first on the objective, they can early lose streak. And again, you're kind of forcing the mistake out from them. Anima nisam vidio šta radi. Interesantno, iskreno. Baš ću pogledati. Sviđa mi se ime neke mehanike koje su mi cool. Tipo one meke su mi dosta interesantne. Graves mi je cool kao unit. Ako ga hitaš early, slično kao Orna, baš dobio dosta value, kako duže ostaje na bordu. Duši, ja ne volim da loose streakujem, tako da ja volim da držim relativno strong board i da rolam tipa na 8. Meni je to recimo omiljeno, najiskrenije. Samo master, tako je. Znači ako ste Diamond 1, 99 LP-a, lagani ste. Ako ste master 0 LP-a, ne mrdate se nigde, ali ako ste master 1000 LP-a, vraćate se na 0 LP-a. Tako da faktički što ste higher ilu od Master 0 LP-a, to vas više Riot vraća nazad. U teoriji, Challenger igrači bi trebali samo da opet nastave da vinuju protiv Mastera i da se klajmaju. U praksi ono što je dosta nezgodno je što vi kada uđete u solo queue, prvi game solo queue-a, bit će 10 igrača Master 0 LP u lobiju, ali od tih 10 igrača jedna ekipa možda bude puna Challengera, koji su juče bili 2500 LP Challengeri, 5 ljudi, a druga ekipa možda bude 5 legitimno 0 LP Mastera. To je fora. Kapiram, ima smisla. Mislim, ja kažem, ja najviše to volim kao koncept, jeli? Ja to generalno volim kao koncept, ono da strongboardujem i da se napadam i onda da od toga nešto pravim. To mi je cool i volim kad postoje one gluposti kao što su i Ordlovi i te stvari. Su bili Astrali, kako se već zvali. Prvi game posle reseta Sniper Cups igram tamo mid, vidi, to je viable, bret. Ja ću isto igrati, prvi dan reseta ću igrati sigurno. Imaću ono LOL Pros na drugoj strani. I isto ću probati da snajpam, mislim probat ću snajpam, igraću kad igram, pa ako snajpam nekog super, mislim. Strahinja ne garantujem. Dolazi mi familija u posjetu, tako da chillat ću s njima posle streama. Malo zavisi koliko sad i oni budu budni i sve to. Postoji mala šansa ću paliti live, ako budem upalio, verovatno će biti TFT. Neki chill. Sutra je Patreon game, sutra će biti live live-a prekosutra je Movie Night, prekosutra neće, onda u ponedjeljak, utorak igramo šta god, onda u sredu krećemo sa solo queue grindom opet, tako da to je plan.
Again, very early TP from Emperos, but are they thinking about forcing a Baron? I think that without Vladdy's ult, it's too dangerous. Also into so much poke. Ooh, big headshot.
Pa da, u suštini možeš da igraš ako hoćeš for fun, ali samo treba biti svestan da će biti fiesta partije. Znači, kogod krene da igra u sredu, budite svesni da verovatno će partija trajati po 14 minuta i jedna ekipa će prebiti drugu jer samo su mnogo bolji. Znači kao, samo ja ću igrati jer meni je za stream je zabavno. Ja ću igrati sa PL Master 420 protiv Hans Sami iz Oelisa na botu, razumete, kao ubiće nas. Ali bit će zanimljivo za stream. Tako da ja ću igrati, ali znam da neće biti balansirano. Gle, možda budem imao sreće, možda će meni jungler biti, razumete, ono Velja i top nak-naku, a njima će biti I only play Renekton 5-5-6, razumete, nemam pojma, mislim, to je sve moguće. Tako da, to je play.
Job on Shifters cross-mapping where they could. They do get the mid-tower. Fnatic don't convert this into an objective anywhere. Yeah. So that's the good news for Shifters. But it is very clear that the momentum is swinging the way of Fnatic and Shifters. They're getting rattled. They don't really know how to push the game forward. And now Dragon 40 seconds. Let's see if Fnatic feels strong enough to contest.
The good thing for Shifters is Product did just finish his third item, a matching upset on 3 items with the Infinity Edge Storm Razor Rapid Fire Cannon. Cyrilda's Grudge finished on Product. Nuke is still at 2 items, which matches 2 items out of Vladdy, although Vladdy has the Hextech Ordinator and the Aether Wisp, whereas Nuke only has a needlessly large rod and the Dark Seal. There's an item lead for Rooster. He hasn't really had the chance to really poke at Fnatic around a fight. There'd be more individual picks than anything else. No flash for Bukada, no flash for Trimby, no flash for Nuke, but he does have those dashes.
Lepo bocka pedak. Samo i po golde, apsolutno ništa ovdje.
Early TP from Rooster means that they get the mid-wave push. Good poke comes through from Rooster, and now the poke from Shifters is starting to do work. Dragon has started off.
Nuke looking to see if he can get on towards Vladdy. Dragon down to 6,000. Emperor's there with a Q3 weirding. Trimby knocked back. The tidal wave saves them for now, but between worlds goes Vladdy. And to the afterlife goes Trimby. Fnatic will secure the Drake, and Trimby and Bukard have been taking turns, getting sent 6 feet under over the last few minutes.
I feel like this is an excellent demonstration of psychology at work. Like the mental pressure that Shifters is starting to feel in these situations, whereas Fnatic is just taking their time. They're not overforcing. They got
Shiftersi ne znam ni šta čekaju. Ezreal je najjači što će biti u gameu. Caitlyn će polako ali sigurno da ga outscale-a. Čak i sad bi rekao da je diskutabilno možda jača od njega. Opor 2-3-80 3 Dobro, da, kapiram. A nisam znao taj anima, to što si rekao. Ne znam kako to radi, to nisam video. To nisam ispratio kako radi. Ja nisam ljubitelj lustrika, doduše što ne igram dovoljno da ono znam koliko damage-a prijam u svakom trenutku i sve to. I onda obično sam uvek ono rundu ili dve od toga da budem giga jak. I ono all-inam rundu prerano, jer ako još jedno izgubim, izgubio sam game. To mi se uvek dogodi. Ne samo nisam dovoljno dobar, mislim, nema šta. Ali to je, ono, meni je to mnogo više high skill. Svi oni lustrik, augmenti i sve, to je mnogo više high skill. Jer moraš tačno da znaš, ono... Što je bilo ni Vault Breaker i ništa god, kao moraš da gubiš, ali sa X unita da izgubiš, pa ono... To baš zahteva, ono... Hard računanje. Ali probao bi, vratno ću na streamu, možda pecuti malo. Ksante je niko, Ksante sam sebe, kad ulta. Nadaš se najbolje. But it doesn't matter, because Emperor's only job is to be a tank, and he's doing that just fine. He is so good pressure, he is being annoying, he is absorbing the poke for his team. Strahinja Rale, nije, ne. Šalimo se mi malo, Strahinja Rale, ja ne brni se. Rale, ja smo jako dobri, privatno, ovako van posla. I onda se mi trolamo dosta, ali to je sve iz jako, ono, jako prijateljske tačke. Mi smo baš ono... Kažem, jako smo dobri, Rale i ja, tako da... To što ja njega zezam da kažem pa i Luju kad kažem da prestane trese nogu i to je... Šalimo se mi, Rale i ja smo super. Just said, Razor, it doesn't matter, bro. You're full build now. Like, let's just, let's funnel everything into upset. Let's get him to his next item spike as quickly as possible. He's almost got that full bloodthirst over. But Nuke, big up purchase for him with the death cap now finished. Ja mislim će petak samo da bude outscalovan, iskreno. Ko legitimno misli će samo bude outscalovan. Pockets of darkness to jump over the wall, maybe even one-shot upset and find those kills. Coming on to Razzle right now. Fnatic haven't had great vision throughout this game because they've been so far on the back foot. Aha, lustrik, pa okej. Kapiram. Či klasičan ono lustrik augment. Navikao sam da je anima ono sa onim fieldovima. To je fora. Nema, Nikola. Ma nije strale, znam Strahinja, nego kažem ti ja ovako da znaš, nije... Imaš ono... Nije baš... Loše ti se čini u suštini, nije tagavan. To ti samo kažem, nije ništa drugo. Razork... Mi nije jasno zašto igraju Spirit Visage, iskreno. To iskreno ne razumem. Ja razmišljam da li postoji neki value kad imaš karmu, da uzmeš Spirit da te karma jače shielduje. I kao Protoplasm Harness također healuje, pa imaš i tu neki value, iako to nije sad neki wow value i dalje je value, tako da. Mislim, upset bi ovdje morao da nosi, što je najjače. Jeste, Nemanja, ali to ti je problem sad.
He does have the heal from Trimby, but is it going to be enough as the Dragon is going to be spawning?
And he's shifting forward aggressively, looking for damage onto Fnatic, but the damage just isn't sticking. A line of snap traps down.
Upset je prejak ovdje. Još imaju full BT. I on baš, mislim, sad ne možeš ni da ga pukaš više. Kao, razmišljam ja da sam upset ovdje, bio bi jako zadovoljan kako ide partija. Tu se Ezreal treba da ubije Xantija, ti biješ Jace-a, ti ubiješ Jace-a iz pola rotacije. Dobro, Bukada je mrtav i upset ima trap ispod i Guardian je full useless. I to je 1 za 2, evo ga Kate headshot. Jako lep flash na Nuka, Nuk je mrtav. Valjda, jeste. I ovo je Baron za ekipu Fanatika. Mislim da bi stvarno Lospa trebao da se pomeri od Ezreala, brate mili. Mada Mountain Soul i ovo je verovatno... Mislim, bitno, brat je prejak. Ezreal imao flash, nije teo da flasha. Ovo je svako Baron za Shifterze.
Nuke's positioning is good. He goes over the wall. Good damage. But then Shifters, they start to get desperate. They need to go for the 50-50. Bukada's now separated from his team. Vladdy trades his life for damage on the back line, but the damage was done. And look at Upset. Completely untouched in this entire exchange. Playing around his front line beautifully.
Ne, baš je, ali što je najjače, iskreno obe ekipe samo grifuju. Mislim, neću vas lagati. Ovo je loši gori matchup. Što mislim, gle, 0-4-1-3. Očigledno nisu najbolje ove dve ekipe, samo malo su pogubljene. Upset je prejak. Upset bukvalno ima sve što mu treba win na game. Padak ne zna šta će pa builda Serpents, jer kao svakako više ne skelaš, svakako si opao, Caitlyn te je giga outscalovala, imaš LeBlanc koja je 2-2 i ništa nije uradila u early gameu, zašto onda imaš LeBlanc? Bilo bolje da je Nuk ovdje bio Azir, ili šta god, nije ni bitno. Samo nešto da možda iznese game. Sa LeBlanc iz flanka možda šotaš nekoga, ali čak i to je već upitno. Možda forsira zonju, ovdje Vladi je iskoristio stealth, možda može Nuk da proba. Ne može. Ma jak.
Huge chunk of damage down onto Nuke. With the Baron buff though, Fnatic reclaiming control over the map. They push out mid with Emperos. The rest of Fnatic now selling.
Top kula je jedan shot, to će se kristalizuje polako. Bukada je van pozicije. Upset neće proveriti žbun, ali Bukada je baš van pozicije ovdje. Ovdje da ga nađu u ovoj game. Lupio sam Azir, ali bukvalno bilo koji heroj koji bolje skela. Iskreno da Blanc sve bolje skela, tako da mogo je da bude... Čak i Ari mogla da bude, mogo je da bude Ryze, mogla je Oriana je verovatno bila banova, ali koji ima mnogo heroja koji rade posao ovdje mnogo više nego LeBlanc. Gleda Nuka, brate. Ok, odigrao Jarvan, samo gdje, brate? Šta radiš ti tu? Ok je bio, flag, drag, flash, sve je to super odradio, ali džabe, brate. Ti imaš Ezreal, LeBlanc, Jace, otiš si u 40 minuta, nisi vino game, mislim. To je game. To je bukvalno samo game. Lepo je, Jarvan je lepo odigrao, ali ali da. Lepo. Ima dosta strale, brate, dosta. Ma neki 90-ak. Mislim, dosta. Kuću nije ništa, za stan jeste. Lepo. Mislim, lepo. Ne znam što da kažem za Shifterze, ali ako izgube sljedeću partiju, mislim da se opraštamo od Shifterza, što niko živ nije iznenađen. 10 minuta pauzica, tamo nešto da izrešim i onda sam tu. Vidimo se nakon pauze i uživamo uz analitičare.
But I want to talk about what happened, but before that, I want to give you a bit of a language class here. Do you know what the definition of a shift is?
Le shift?
Yeah, I mean,
Le
putting in a bit
shift.
of work, but I know it's got a couple of definitions.
Yeah, a slight change in position, direction, and tendency. Now, I understand that when they dropped BDS, they really wanted to rebrand. I don't think they needed to rebrand on and in the Rift as well. It's always the same scenario with this team. I don't even know what to say anymore.
It's disappointing at this point. I was watching this game, and I was like, a part of... Look at Rooster's laning, man. Look how he's demolishing top lane. Look at Pukata's early roams. But there was the green goblin on my shoulders like, they're gonna throw. They're gonna throw. And I'm sitting there, no, they're free kick all up. They're winning all the lanes. They're playing the map well. They're gonna throw. And then it came. It came back to back to back, just getting picked off for no reason at all. And just letting this game that was completely within their clutches just drift away.
Shift away.
Shift away.
Shift away. I have to say, we were wondering what can be the impact of home crowd, home buff and everything. And when I think of Nuke, when I think of Bukata, especially Bukata, who has been struggling so far in the LEC, you could see the difference and feel the difference in his gameplay and what he brought to his team here today.
Yeah, he looked incredible
so good.
at the start of this game. Like, all we were talking about was, you know what, he's had great responses. You get a play from Fnatic in the bottom lane, but immediately Bukata responds. You see it at 3:30, Fnatic dive bot. Immediately, 3 minutes later, Shifters respond. 8 minutes, Fnatic dive bot. 2 minutes later, Bukata gets a kill in the bot lane. He was covering so well, including getting that fight just after that in River. But it didn't matter. It just felt like they were falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these fights. This is not from this game. You would think it is, Rob.
Yeah, this is exactly where Shifters mess it up every single time. The 25 to the 29-minute mark on this mid lane. It's the mid lane, mid-game pain is what I see from Shifters, where they get these leads, and in the mid-late game, they mess it up around this mid lane. We got to see it in their last 2 series in the first games, and now this game as well. It was Bukata getting caught around this mid lane that once again caused woe for Shifters.
Woe is me if you're a Shifters fan, because I think Fnatic, despite that early game, they got some really good dives off. And then it really felt like they were completely out of it. But then it was, again, this combo that they actually executed on so nicely multiple times this game. When I saw this clip, it's the Skarner-Caitlyn combo. The Skarner pulled the guy into the Caitlyn trap, into giving upset the headshot. I think it was very cute. And despite all this Shifters nonsense that we're talking about right now, you gotta give kudos to Fnatic, because they were aggressive and they were patient. And a skill that we rarely associate with Fnatic is patience. They were just waiting, biding out the storm, and just waiting again for Shifters to kind of throw this game, and that they did.
Yeah, and the thing was for Fnatic, like, despite how much we were just praising Bukata, Upset still came out with a lead. The guy still came out with about a 600 gold lead coming out of the laning phase, and that is so often the focal point for Fnatic. And even though you can see here, like, Bukata put a ton of effort into trying to fix this sinking ship, Razork was still able to get a ton of success in this bottom lane. There's that combo you were talking about, Finn. And I think this is where, again, if Fnatic can hold on to this game and continue to put their faith in Upset, it seems like a winning formula.
Listen, for me, I'm baffled because we know that Fnatic cannot have clean games. We know that Shifters cannot have anything past 20 minutes. So what have we learned so far? Because I just feel like what we've seen in this series so far is textbook of both of these teams. And that's, to me, disappointing.
Yes, I mean, I absolutely agree. And I also said before coming into the game that it's all going to be about who has the winning bot lane. That wasn't really true this game. It was who could throw less. And I still want to circle back on this and kind of continue to see the development of this throughout the series, because if you look at just the early game, it is pure bot lane attention. I think Medic and Vedius did a great job on cast, highlighting how the different jungle pathings really gave them a lot of different timings, and every single time one of them went bot lane, there was a free kill. So next game, if your jungler is topside, please play safe. I beg you, like, don't give them a free kill like you did, because every single gank this game worked, and that's not how it should be.
But on the opposite side, I need to see more from Pyros. The fact that he ends up taking the Cassante up against the Jace left nothing to be desired in that matchup. He couldn't do anything. The Jace was absolutely insane. And I know, Finn, you've been going on and on about how in the LCK we're seeing things like the Vaynes, the Jaces, and everything take over. And it feels like if you can't draft to cover this gap right now, and you're just letting Rooster play these carries, there's going to be a major issue.
Look, in theory, if you blind pick a top laner and you get counter-picked and you go 2,500 gold up at like 20 minutes, take his full tower on the one, that's a good thing. In theory, these range top lane champions should just have so much pressure that they give you an advantage in the game. In theory, you should be able to close games out with your 3.5k gold up at 20 minutes with 2 dragons. But shifters are not doing it! In theory, they should be winning these games, and in theory, they're drafting well, but reality is hitting us like a truck right now. Reality is just biting our legs and just making us endure this torture that is watching shifters do the same mistake over and over again.
Defying the laws of League of Legends. Go ahead.
Surely that means it's one thing you have to fix, right? Like, in the silver lining of this very large and blue crowd that's here today, I think it kind of comes down to, look, if you can then set up vision and you can try and keep better control, if you're not getting picked off, I think that's where maybe you can try and find the success as shifters. But if you're Fnatic and you just got away with this game, like, you have to be feeling 10 times more confident. Like, trying to come back from this now has got to be heartbreaking as shifters because you were so close.
We have the information that shifters is going to have first pick, so I want to know where do you think Fnatic is going to use that last pick from theirs, playing on red side as well?
I mean, they had counter-picked this game.
Yeah.
They saved it for Empiros.
Wasn't great.
Didn't really work out. I'm sitting there watching, okay, the enemy team drafted a full poke comp. We got poke in top, poke in bot, poke in mid. You have the pick to choose, and you choose Cassante and just lose lane like that. That is just, you might as well just lock in the rock. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Just pick the Malphite brother and just be useful in the game. Because Empiros, he was a bit of a passenger this game, and if they're gonna give him counterpick again, I need to see them utilize that because they should not have won this game through that pick.
Yeah, our stats guy Hayden told us that Empiros did 67 damage at 14 minutes.
That's great.
67 damage per minute.
Per minute. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, sorry. But that is still insane.
At 18 minutes,
That is useless.
Yeah.
That is useless.
We're having fun so far, at least. The games are messy, but that's what we expected in this series. Shifters, please clean it up. Please bring it after 20 minutes. And Fnatic, you know what? Keep on doing what you're doing so far. It is working.
Don't
Or not, I don't know. We're entertained at least here in Evry. We'll see you after the break.
I want to sing, guys. Hello? I just want to sing. Sing. Wake up in the morning feeling like... Alright.
The wave still will be slowly pushing towards Fnatic. Bukada goes in, flag and drag, double knock, double cataclysm as well. Juicebox going out, Cluster is going to fall between worlds. Goes Vladdy, but into the afterlife he might go soon as well. Nuke takes him. Razor's now in the middle of 4.
The soul is secured, upset with no hesitation, will find the ace in the hole to get the kill onto Badak.
Brother, let me try.
Wait.
Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
I'm your champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The whole room was howling.
Howling? That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
on, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in a Renegade a beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Chicken over lit, walking down this road. Ain't the same, ain't no debate. But rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together.
All right, I've just sat down in this guy's seat. I'm sorry, what was your name?
Emil.
Emil, okay, familiar. Yeah, I've sat in his seat. I'm really sorry. You can stay standing or sit at the end. Gents, do you want to introduce yourself while I'm...
Yeah, so my name is Ludovic. I came from Paris and I'm here. I'm a very, very big fan of KC. Nice. So I'm here with my friends who I met on League of Legends. And we play every day together. And we are here to meet our fan base and our players. So here we are.
You guys all met on League. Can you introduce yourself as well?
Online, yeah. I'm Joel. Same, yeah. We all met online.
And your name?
Quentin.
I can't reach your friend at the end. I'm so sorry. He's on his phone anyway. Favorite player of KC and why?
I'm going to say Yike. Nice. Because I always watched him before even he was on KC. Yeah. So when he was on G2. Yeah. And I think that he's one of the best jungler in LEC. So I think it's. Oh, what is happening behind?
Oh, sheesh. Yeah, what is that?
So we are very proud to have here. Oh. It's the blue wall, the KC fan.
Why so? I thought the blue wall would be down here, no?
Oh yeah, no, it's a bit higher because it's like behind the cameras. So they will see it in the LEC broadcast.
Okay, smart. All right. I don't know how we're going to reach up there. Obviously, our broadcast's up there, so let's get. And also Trimby's up there. Yeah. So, quick question. If you were to be friends with one of the KC players, let's say any of the KC players there, who do you think easiest person to be friends with on that team would be?
Kalis, definitely.
Kalis, that's what someone else said. Why?
Because it's my age. He's my age. Yeah, he's a bit older, you know. But Kalis, 19 like me, so it's perfect.
And for you, do you think Kalis as well?
No, probably Busio. Like he seems like a pretty, chill guy. So
I get that as well. And you've seen the way he walks. The way he walks is like that guy has no cares in the world, you know.
He looks pretty like hang back for sure. Yeah. Like no problem communicating as well, so it's gonna be fine.
Okay, Busio is a good choice, Jens. I appreciate your time. All the best. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the weekend's gonna be great for you. So yeah. Thank you so much.
For 3 days, so we are going to enjoy as much as we can, and so everything is going to be fine and great.
Great to hear that from Hysterics and from obviously some of the fans in the arena. That was done before it filled up a little bit more than it has filled up now, which I looked over there for the camera because it's always on top of the auto queue. But the camera's over there this time, Eddie, and I'd be very confused.
It's all right. Well, we've got more games, so lock in, Medic.
Yes, at least one more.
We've got at
series.
least one more, yes. Fnatic able to stand strong and Shifters not quite able to close out that game. Love the idea, love their early game execution, but I feel like I've said this multiple times now for Shifters, and credit to Fnatic for demonstrating that resilience and being able to bounce back in a much needed win. Because for both these teams, I mean, we've said it pretty consistently, stakes. To qualify for playoffs, you need wins.
Yeah, probably 4.
Yeah, they need to beat each other. So someone's going to walk away very sad while the other team will be, at the very least, on a trajectory towards playoffs that they need to
I
start.
mean, if Fnatic win, they double their wins.
That's
if
a great
Shifters
point,
win,
yes.
they multiply their wins by infinity.
I guess technically, yes.
In totality. But Shifters are consistent. And that is something we don't often we don't often get to say in the LEC,
That's
right?
true.
We have a consistent team. They are consistently ahead in the early game, and then they consistently mess up the mid game.
Yes.
And Fnatic punished that pretty well in game 1. I expect to see a similar draft here in game 2. Just, you know, maybe we see Sejuani come back. She's a tank that could just front to back and pick people off later on in the game, and it works pretty well. For Shifters, the question always is, how do you translate the fact that Rooster gets so far ahead into actually winning the game?
Yes.
And I don't know what the answer is, Vedi, otherwise I would be a coach. But there must be a way.
I feel like that we saw them coordinating very well. They had a clear game plan.
Yeah.
It was just, how do you stop those people getting picked?
Yeah,
how do you stop those
too far
random
up.
deaths?
Yeah.
Like, because it was obviously a combined effort of good play from Fnatic, misplay from Bukada.
True.
But if you think about his position, he's in the river near mid lane.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's in enemy jungle egregious. Like, it's not like in his mind he's made some sort of egregious mistake there.
Sure.
And in theory, a single pick also shouldn't shift the entire momentum.
No, but that's the whole mentality thing we talked about.
Exactly,
in game.
yeah. It felt like at the moment that the pick happened, something mentally in the team like, oh, God, we've got to be more careful, we have to be more cautious, we've got to be playing around the Fnatic's pick potential, and then one thing led to another, and then it just cascaded into a series of deaths with which Shifters could not recover from. So let's see if they can bounce back here in game 2. They really need a win, obviously, because if they don't, the series will be over.
That is true, buddy.
So
it's only taken you 15 years.
Obvious.
10 years? 10 years to get there?
Huh?
You've been casting for 10 years now?
Yeah, it's my alt, as the other casters like to say. Because every now and then I'll casually drop, I've been casting for 10 years.
Whatever you say.
And then we're like, oh, very ulted again.
But yes, so the question for Shifters is, can they clean things up? And look. As you say, Vedi, we've both been casting quite a long time. You longer than me, importantly.
Okay.
You are the older caster.
Right. Yeah. Where are you going with this?
But over the years, we've been in many spots where we say, hey, we just want to see this from a team.
Sure.
This is how this team can win. We just want to see this small change, right? But similar to the G2 are struggling in regular season, are they going to do well in playoffs? That we always say, and then they always do well in playoffs. I feel I've reached my Shifters just have to clean up their mid-game limit. I feel like I'm there. I've said it enough times, and they've not done it enough times. And at some point, I feel like I'm just lying to the audience, saying, hey, maybe this time they'll just be clean in the mid-game.
Maybe.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to say that you've lost faith in Shifters.
I have entirely lost faith in Shifters. So that was my list. That was not
a faux pas, I believe the French would say. Yes. But you know what? We've yapped enough. So while we wait for an audio issue to get fixed on stage, let's listen to what Trimmy had to say about this weekend.
For Shifters, next week is all or nothing. It's basically, we win, we're gonna be happy. We lose, we're definitely gonna be sad. And yeah, I don't think there's much pressure coming with this, because we get to enjoy playing on stage, which is something that not many get to, especially if you're not winning much. So it's a great opportunity for us to show ourselves and showcase our talents. Everyone thinks that we're kind of out, right? We're 0-4. Nobody really believes we're gonna do more. But yeah, I do think that if we get a good things rolling during that week, I think we can change the whole split around, and that's something that is a great opportunity for us to use. Fnatic is a team that can go either really good or really bad. I also was in the organization and was happy to be there. Honestly, I have mostly good memories staying there, and honestly beating them right while we're on our low would be a very nice kind of comeback situation, at least for me mentally, because it feels like, right, if you win against the team you used to play for, it's always a nice feeling inside. And yeah, when it comes to their gameplay, they're not a bad team at the end of the day. Sure, they lost quite a bit of games, right? But they did win against G2. The way they won as well was pretty solid, and the way they abused their mistakes. So we just need to make sure we don't let them abuse the weaknesses we have and play to our strengths.
Great to hear from Trimby. As he says, he doesn't think there's a huge amount of pressure on him. I will say, I felt like there was some pressure on them in the middle of that game one, right? Like just from watching the way they turned from pretty controlling to pretty tentative.
Yeah.
We can only assume.
Absolutely.
Right? We're not in the players' heads. We're not hearing the comms. But you can only assume that the pressure began to mount after that first catch on Bukado, and then we saw Trimby got caught, and then Bukado, and then Trimby. And like for Trimby, in defense of him, he was playing Nami into a comp designed very much to kill a Nami. Like a headshot into a weirding, into a twofold hex is enough to kill him off. And for Fnatic, I mean, Trimby said they can either play well or they can play poorly. I think they were kind of in the middle in that game. Like there were some parts of it that went really well. Upset got ahead. There was a really good first tower dive on bot lane. And then there was the second tower dive on bot lane where Razok kind of pulled him away from the snap trap, impaled him, grabbed him out. They still got the kill, so all credit to him in that situation, you know?
Yeah, where are you going with this?
My point was, in the game, they both played well and poorly. But overall, I feel like it was solid, but I'd say middling from Fnatic.
Really
so I was disproving Trimby's point.
Selling the gameplay, refuting Trimby. Yeah,
Look,
no,
Benny,
I get
okay.
it. Yeah,
I have got past, and maybe this is just recently, I've decided I'm not, like, I'll sugarcoat. I'll say, hey, this could be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to the game because I think it will be entertaining.
Yeah.
I do not think it will be high-quality League of Legends. And I'm just going to put that out into the world.
Hey. The early game decision-making from both junglers, I liked.
I did.
I thought it was good.
I thought that was good. I don't think you can say the decisions made in the first 7 minutes of the game equate to good League of Legends in totality.
I disagree.
Okay.
Depends what your standards for good League of Legends are.
Do I just need to lower my standards?
Now, you see, I've been casting for 10 years.
That is, eight years?
And so my standards for good League of Legends have had to adapt over the years. Now, you've got to remember that when I joined, right?
2016?
Yeah, that was the era of domestic G2 dominance, struggling internationally.
Yeah.
So good for us was getting out of groups. Actually, the standard back then was almost like quarterfinals, semifinals. It was almost like normal.
Oh, yeah?
It was kind of normal back then. 2016 was the anomaly, rather than...
That was the G2 vacation memes.
Yeah, but that was MSI.
That was
But then 2017, G2 made MSI finals.
Yep.
That same year, that was the... 2016 H2K made semifinals at Worlds. That was 2016.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So then over the years, you have
18 finals,
18,
20, 19 finals, 20 not so good.
You see what I mean? And so it's one of those things where you just kind of have to adjust your standards over time.
I've adjusted my standards to about as low as I'm willing to go for good League of Legends.
I
don't think I've seen it from...
The first 10 minutes was good League of Legends.
From the junglers.
Yeah. Upset also played really good.
He played solidly, yes.
Mid-lane matchup I was enjoying. Yeah.
Okay. The whole game still was not good League of Legends, Benny.
Rooster played really well online.
Hey, have you noticed, by the way, our producer talked into our ear and said ready to go to a thing. Now they're flashing and moving the teleport. Look, like we're having a fun conversation here. This is Medi Time, the podcast.
This is the Medi podcast.
So people have asked for at least 30
Listen, everyone
seconds.
at home, we have a delay, okay? We have, as you can see on your screen, I think.
Yeah, there's audio issues happening.
There's an audio issue.
People's headsets are getting switched out.
So the audio you are getting right now is the Medi podcast, the impromptu Medi podcast. You can submit your questions in a Twitch chat.
Oh, I can get it up, actually. I have my phone
Someone
here.
might read it.
I'll get it up.
I won't promise anything, but someone might read your questions in... We'll accept YouTube questions as well.
I can't get YouTube and Twitch up at the same time.
No, but producers, in theory, should also be able to check that out. And you know what? Maybe Kadril will DM me with a question of his own.
Oh, that would be a good one, yeah.
There's also that option. Yeah. There's plenty of options. Now, admittedly, I'm not checking my phone.
Okay, well, it'll be slightly hard for that to happen. We do have the delay. We also have, I believe, Upset in a little
we got a
interview.
question from Law Valet.
Oh, we did?
Yeah. Her question was directed at you, actually, which is, why are you so bad at Riftbound?
I'm pretty bad at Riftbound. I know more of the rules than you do, which you keep coming to ask me about rules.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty bad at the game.
That is because you've read the rule books.
I have.
And I'm more of a vibe kind of player.
Yeah.
I kind of just, this makes sense. And then someone goes, That's cool, not how it works.
We did get how warm is it as a question. It's a little toasty. I tend to be on the warmer side.
I would say that it's pleasant. It is that nice spring temperature.
Outside, really nice. I do think I need some sunscreen because it's quite sunny.
You're probably right.
But inside here, with the smoke machines and a lot of people, it is warmer in here.
But I can feel that there is a faint breeze of air conditioning in the area.
True, actually. Oh, we're sitting under the fans.
That would make sense.
Sitting
Why there is a
under the
faint
fans.
breeze.
Nice.
Yes.
Any other questions? What did I think of Hades 2? I mean, you can ask me that one on Twitter. I think that's a little
bit off topic, a little too off topic.
I think we were thinking about League of Legends questions mostly. What are our impressions of the new Strixhaven expansion? Okay, League officials are working to solve the audio issue on stage. While we wait, we're going to hear more from Upset. Upset, give us something to talk about, dude.
Maybe when I was 14 or 15, I played in some Challenger Series qualifiers back then. So maybe the first name that would come to mind would be like Mouse. So that's 2015, I guess, when I was, like I said, a young teenager. So it was Mouse Esports, I think. My first EU LCS team was Schalke 04 when we promoted in 2017 into 2018. So in 2018 with Schalke was my first LEC experience. Well, I went through a lot of mains. My very first one, I guess, must have been Shaco when I was like 10 or 10 or 11 years old. I just really liked tricking people with the Q when I was 10. So it was very fun, and you could also do some interesting things with your boxes. Back then you could have so many in one bush and they one-shot somebody, and League was a different game back then, so it was pretty fun, I think, Shaco. That must have been very early on in my life, I think, probably watching Moscow 5 and Gambit as was like 10 or 11. It was season 1, season 2. It was so much fun to watch, and I was very addicted to playing, still am, I guess. So watching these tournaments really made me want to play all day, and if there's a job where you can play all day, then sign me up. I was thinking. The first big event was the final in my first year against Fnatic in Madrid. It was a huge event, and it was my very first year, so it was super exciting getting to play the final in front of so many people. Sadly, we lost, but that Fnatic team was quite good. They went to the Worlds final as well. But we took a game, I think, and it was a competitive series, so that was a very special moment. But I also remember being incredibly sad after we lost, so some good, there's the bad always, If I remember correctly, my first LEC game was playing against Unicorns of Love, I think, and I think I was playing Kog'Maw, if I remember correctly, and we won that game. My first pentakill in competitive was in 2019 against XL with Kaiser.
It was Upset, just cleaning up the fight, somehow got the triple, somehow got the penta! The main man for Schalke stands up and is counted!
It's super cool to hear about Upset's first LEC game. I can tell you a little bit about my first LEC game. It was me losing to Oprema, which kind of set the tone for the rest of my career as well.
Yeah, you kept on losing to him, actually. Losing spots in your team as well.
Yeah, it's I played Ergo against Jace, and I was like just coming into the stage, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna kill this guy. So every single time my flash was up, I was trying to Ergo E flash on Oprema, and every single time I was slightly out of range, and he would just run away.
No. Is it one of those, like, you were coming from ERL and you thought you were good, and then you found someone who plays the matchup better, and you realized that's a shit matchup?
I mean, I never played against a good Jace until I played that, and I was like, wow. I felt like he had 100 more
Oprema is a good Jace?
Was. I never felt like I felt like he had 100 more range than every other player I played against, and I was like, oh, he keeps auto-attacking me when I'm on a last hit. So I got really angry. I just started flashing on him. It didn't really work out, but hey, there's many ways your first game can go. If it's a win, that's a dub. But we do have still a slight pause. Fnatic might be the team playing on stage. We don't know who initiated the pause, but We are waiting for officials to resolve this one as we speak.
Yeah. I think it's going to be difficult when your team's in this position like this, especially someone like Shifters, because you've just come off the back of what was a pretty devastating loss, and now you've just kind of got to sit and stew in this as you're waiting to get on. You'd rather just kind of get into it and get over it, rather than having to just wait here now for this. But I think for Shifters, there's definitely like silver linings to what happened, right?
Yeah.
I do think consistently we've seen that they are able to get leads in game 1 of their series and try and put themselves in winning positions. But the problem is, it's kind of like you start to see this domino effect where it's one person gets caught out. In this game, it was Bukata. In the past couple of series, it's been Trimby who's been caught out in weird positions when he's trying to get vision. And it starts the snowball effect where they start to fall down. So if I'm Shifters, it's a case of, okay, we know that this is now consistently an issue. All right, let's just try and, instead of trying to cheat some of this tempo and trying to get deeper vision or that kind of things, just play by the book. Go back to what is the basics. Don't try and do anything fancy. And it feels like, at least from that position, you should be in a position to close out games because they're early to mid, like macro was actually really strong.
Oh, what happens if you try to play by the book but you're illiterate? Then
what?
I mean, you talk about silver linings. I think when I topped in, at least I saw some challenger lanings from Shifters. I do think Rooster had a fantastic game 1.
Yeah.
And I think that's something they maybe can build upon.
I have a question on the side of Fnatic, actually. If you know that Shifters are gonna shift things, why don't you just draft late game?
I mean, maybe,
and just hope for
you
the, you know? And wait for that clutch timing at 20 minutes where they just all lose their minds.
They're just waiting for the food to arrive. They're just sitting there laid back in their couches, just waiting. Oh, here it comes, guys.
Checking the app, being
Line
like
up,
2 minutes,
5 minutes away right now. It's Baron just spawned. Every 5 minutes, we're gonna get it.
You know what? The casters are ready. The players are as well. Let's see what the casters think. And if we can get to game 3, over to you guys.
We'll definitely get to game 3 of the day. Whether or not it'll be game 3 of this series, we'll have to wait and see. Shifters having never won a series, a best of 3 or best of 5 versus Fnatic. I believe it was it 16-0?
Never.
Never. That's the graphic we saw in the analyst test segment at the start of the day.
Fair enough.
I think your microphone might be slightly too far away from
My apologies.
Yeah,
is that better? Sorry, I realized I was about to sneeze. And then, oh.
Here it comes. Ready? Oh, the eyes are going thin. They're watery. You cancelled it?
I didn't cancel it.
You could be a co-stream already if you're cancelling it like that. It's impressive.
Okay.
Okay, let's get into draft for game 2. Shifters on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. Shifters picked first pick, so thankfully we'll have a normal-looking draft for this.
Right. So, I don't know if the audience can see what I can see just yet. So I'll tell you, Ash Band, Vi Band on the side of Shifters, Orianna Band, Varus Band on the side of Fnatic. Rise still available. If Shifters choose to leave it open, then that means that Fnatic's kind of forced into a Rise Band unless they have a reliable answer. With Ezreal and Karma both gone, it means that Yunara Lulu naturally rises in priority.
Final ban on Shifter side was Sion. Fnatic looking at their final ban as well. As you say,
it's almost like they're thinking about getting some sort of strong top side for Rooster or something. Yeah.
A strong top side for Rooster?
Maybe a Gnar or something.
Oh, imagine. He could get a 3k gold lead and still lose the game. Azir, the final ban. So Rise is available for Shifters if they want to lock it in here.
Yeah, Fnatic, they must have an answer.
You would assume so.
Oh, Rumble.
And Nivea is up. Rumble.
Of course, Rumble. With Aurora already gone, you could do Galio top.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen it for ages, though, I feel.
For a while.
But the Sion ban now makes a lot of sense. Fnatic, though, do you just want to get the Yunara Lulu? Just get yourself a strong bot lane 2 versus 2.
You could go Rise Yunara as well if you wanted.
Oh, right, Rise is still up. You're completely just Rise Yunara, Rise Panth.
Rise Panth.
Rise Pantheon
But
Lulu.
then you play into a Nivea Rumble. Do you want to play into a Nivea Rumble?
Yeah.
I mean, possibly. I don't know. You're the analyst here, Betty. I'm just here for the good looks.
I just feel like Rise and Panth is just a pretty good combo.
I like Rise Panth. I like it.
It's very LCK. They're doing the Ornn now? That surprises me.
That surprises me too.
They really, with Yunara and Rise all open, they don't want any of them. That surprises me.
You hope Shifters don't pick mid, pick Rise on 3, then get rid of the Anivia.
I mean, they have to pick.
They were very fearful.
They have to pick Rise if Shifters don't pick it.
I mean, I would agree with that.
Because then you just insta-ban Cassio and Anivia, probably.
Yeah, and then you're fine.
Yeah.
But Shifters likely to make the rise for nuke.
There it is.
So then Shifters want AD jungle here. Because otherwise...
Evo nas, game broj 2. Rumble, Rise, pikovani s jedne strane, Pantonon s druge. Ovo je bilo genijalno kako urade. A Nivija je counter za Rise-a, tako da ako to uzmu 2 TK3 mi mora da igra Niviju support, ali onda Rise ne mora se brine, neće najveći counter pick biti uzet. Što je sasvim legitimna stvar.
I mean, I personally just hate Nocturne.
Yeah, because you don't think he has any CC.
I feel like teams don't really play. There's the NVMe. Okay.
So the good thing for Shifters though is actually the good thing for Fnatic is Nocturne has a very obvious go-in button.
Yeah.
And so in mid-game, that Shifters already know how they could throw.
Yeah.
Right? Like you got the Realm Warp in and you got the Paranoia in, dude. If it happens, Eddie, I'm bringing us back to this point.
Okay, sure. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, right now Fnatic is very much building front to back.
Yeah.
I think these champs very good into Nocturne.
Yeah, I wouldn't be picking Nocturne into this.
I feel like they're setting up for Lulu so bad.
Yeah.
And you can do Lulu Zeri, you can do Lulu Yunara, you can do Lulu plus carry
Jinx,
of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do all sorts of... Oh, they banned the Lulu.
Nice, good job, Shifters.
I think that makes a million%.
So we'll lost but go for the Yumi.
O čemu priču ovi casteri, sram je bilo kakva crna Yumi.
Yeah, Zeri Yumi. I mean, it's very strong. It's very strong.
I think Shifters should think about a Kai'Sa. But with Nautilus gone, maybe you could do like a Rel Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Rel Kai'Sa's fine.
I think Rel Kai'Sa would be kind of cool.
Okay
also fine, yeah. I mean, you got a terrible laning phase. But with Bard gone, Lulu gone, Nami gone...
Nico is the only risk, really.
Yeah,
right?
Nico. But if they're thinking about Alistar, they could just ban the Nico right now.
I mean, getting rid of the Xayah so that Upset doesn't
also
have
very good as Shifters can't.
Yeah. It's also Upset then doesn't just have a get out of jail free card.
Also true.
Right?
Also true.
So they will get rid of the Xayah, and we'll see where Fnatic want to go. AD carry here makes the most sense. Give you a support counter pick. Oh, support here makes the most sense. Give your AD carry counter pick. I mean, this is because they don't want Shifters to take the Nico. Trimby loves to play Nico, right? So it's like, hey, we really need Nico in this comp round.
Čudan draft i Lesbi kad je carry-u. Baš nema smisla.
Or it can be used as an engage. You've got Ornn and Nivea, like so many circles.
I'm so worried for Shifters comp, man.
It's a lot of dive into a comp that's not really that upset if you dive them.
It's also like, is the damage enough to get through Aegis Assault, Ornn, and Anivia just putting a Glacial Storm down on top of you, man?
They locked Kalista. I'm not about
Kalista Renata. Okay, aggressive bot lane coming out from Shifters.
That's it. I don't think.
Sivir makes a lot of sense.
I think Sivir makes so much sense.
Renata, Kalista, Shiftersi baš idu na ruke ovdje, iskreno.
I don't like the Yunara as much.
Yeah. Yunara probably of the 3 options, it's my least favorite.
Because Sivir at least has Spell Shield. Yunara can transcend and dash, but...
Okay, I mean, I guess it has a lot of individual agency, you could argue. Maybe it's also Upset's most comfortable of the 3. It also just might be for the lane. My expertise on AD carry matchups is not the strongest.
Sure.
So perhaps it's just Yunara can fight against Kalista at a certain point.
Yeah.
But let us explain why we don't like Kalista Renata. So Renata generally loves things that come into you.
Yeah.
So when you sit there and see Pantheon, Ornn, or they want to dive on us, they want to engage, yes, you'd be right. Nice idea. However, Anivia and Yunara want to have you come into them.
Yes.
They are champions that thrive when you're trying to close the gap. And you've got Rumble, melee champ. Nocturne, melee champ. Rise, not a melee champ, but the reason why you pick Anivia into Rise is because the Anivia outranges and makes it hard for the Rise to play.
Yeah.
So not only have you picked Kalista into a champ that quite likes it when you come close, who is relatively sure range herself, but also she likes move speed. Yeah. And Anivia slows you.
Your auto attack is basically...
Pazi se, inače, cijela ova publika, svi čekaju Casey. Očigledno, jeli, u Francuskoj se igra, Casey igra, tako da... I Casey Fanatic će baš biti show. Jer jako vole Casey, jako ne vole Vladija, očigledno.
It's really strong.
Really strong at level 11
I'd say
as well.
Even till about the 24-minute mark, it can work really well. Yeah. But all it takes is one mistake after that point and you've lost the game.
If Shifters... Yes, I can see the irony. Yes, I can see the irony is kind of slapping me in the face right now, somewhat, yes. Wow.
They also also need to be able to get ahead in these lanes, right? Rooster, he will. He's printing money,
Well,
he's got first strike.
So sometimes I would argue that if a comp kind of reaches a time limit, which I wouldn't necessarily, like, I do think Fnatic's comp outscales, but not to a degree that, like, you have to leave the laning phase with a lead.
Sure.
Because in my mind, I'm just thinking if both teams are at one item, like, Shifters, I feel, is just way stronger.
Yeah.
Like, Rumble with the Leandries, Nocturne
Sì,
with the experimental hex play, or even a Stride Breaker, kind of whatever you want. Rise will probably be one of AJ's.
Rod against Rod, right?
Yeah, something like that. Whereas Kalista, like, in my head, I'm like, one item versus one item. In theory, Shifters should spike harder. So they should feel confident to, like, force picks. And also, I think that Shifters really need to utilize side lane threats.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why you pick Nocturne into Pantheon is, like, Nocturne is just a fantastic duelist. He loves 1v1s, and so a champion like Panth, who you'd typically favor in early game skirmishes, Nocturne should beat. Sure. Spell shield against the empowered Q, like you can spell shield the stun, like, and just consistent auto attacks with the improved base AD.
Vladi bi trebao baš da prebije nuka ovdje. Jap, to je kill. I tu vidi kako Anivija countera Ryza. Ryze baš ne može da igra Aniviju. Ako je Anivija iole ok, unplayable je za Ryza.
I wouldn't usually say that levels 1 to 2 is when Anivia usually counters Ryze.
Yeah, but apparently it is.
But apparently Vladdy is able to punish Nuke and he comes out on top.
Using the electrocute very well there on the Anivia for the extra damage early. Nuke was able to sprint out with the home guards and with the Ghost to get himself back into the lane quickly enough to catch that wave as it does push in. But Fnatic out to a small early lead, 500 gold for Vladdy. And this is one of the problems. When you talk about you need to get out of the lanes even for Shifters, if you get out of the lanes a little bit behind, then you are just beginning to get outscaled early doors.
Absolutely, because the thing about Anivia specifically is I feel like Caps is one of the few that forgoes the tier.
Yeah.
Most other Anivias do the double mana item, right, which is Rod of Ages plus Archangel Staff. But yeah, the sooner you get to the rower, the sooner you start stacking, which is the most important thing on any mage trying to build it. So getting a solo kill on a rower champ is just, it's fantastic, feels great.
You can see he's already got the Ruby Crystal and the the Sapphire Crystal, sorry. Half his way to the Catalyst of Aeons. Empress TPing up into a Flame Spitter. Rooster does go overheated and Empress is able to size...
Jaka je, jaka je. Mislim, Anivija je counter za Ryza. Ostali tap je counter za Ryza. Jer fore što Ryze ide s phase rushom, ona možda ga zatvori sa zidom. I onda Ryze mora flasha. A generalno je, mislim ono, bilo koji hero koji nema dasha, Anivija radi jako dobro u njega, može samo da ga full izoluje. Tako da Ryze mora 3 puta razmisli pre nego što priđe u bilo koji fight.
The handshake back from Jimby. Bukada looking for the fear here as well as they will chase. Aegis Assault coming out from Razork. Root onto Vladdy with that Rune Prism. Will bring Razork down to about a third HP, but he could just walk back around to his Wolves, and after securing the Scuttle Crab, he'll be happy enough.
Okay, so well, I wouldn't even say advantage because Bukada had already cleared his top crab, so needs to get back now into these camps as both junglers looking to do the same thing. Last game we saw a lot of jungle focus. It seems that both sides just mirroring their path right now.
Well, Razork actually did take a slightly adjusted path. He was spotted on a ward on his Razor Beaks at level 1. So we went Razor Beaks into Wolves, into Gromp, into Blue, and then back towards the top side to make sure that he didn't have to fight the Nocturne when you were talking about that skirmishing prowess of Nocturne.
That does explain the Raptors now being alive.
Yeah,
that makes a ton of sense. And also that pathing does mean that he's in a slightly better position to contest, because if you start Raptors at the same time they're stunning Raptors, then it becomes harder for the enemy jungler to potentially contest Raptors.
Exactly, right.
So Razork, he should...
Oba junglera čekaju 6. Thunder Sky na pantu i Hexplate na Noctu. I onda bi trebali da krenu da igraju. Anivija će dobiti opet, što je najjače. Da. Ko je jače od Ryza, to je nehuman.
Yeah, so I said Razork flash because based on Nuke's HP and the fact that he had no flash meant that there was a world where Razork could just flash commit, guaranteed get a kill in mid lane. So Bugada's timing there, fantastic.
Yeah, really nice.
Right place, right time. He's now interested in skirmishing against Razork. He doesn't have any prio in mid, but he does have prio top.
Springer comes out. It's a smite fight between the two junglers, and it's Razork that secures that big Krug. The little Krugs do give you a lot of the gold and the experience, though. he will lose one of those to Bukada.
Still, Razork going to be able to get his
I pinga da petuje bot, kaže botu bot dobi prio. Bot mu kaže teška priča u Kalistu Renatu.
Are there any camps for him to take? He's one treat away from getting his jungle pet to that 20 mark and having the upgraded smite. So if there was a camp for him on the way, it would be really nice. But it looks like it's just going to be a normal scuttle crab fight between the two junglers.
No, but that's the thing. Bukada has to clear his top side because he was interested in the evade. So he's going to be way too late for this.
Razork will just get this and is he going to hit level 6 off it? It's always hard to tell with these XP bars.
Yeah.
You think he's got it?
Yeah, if you're at this point with your XP, you should be able to get level 6.
Let's see. See if Fetty's wrong.
I'm really confident.
I believe you. I trust in your wise ways. Oh, Vetty, it's just short, isn't it there? Just a tiny smidge
these
short,
XP
Vetty.
bars, they're just so misleading. It's because of the mini Krugs. He lost
exactly, and I knew that. And you were just like,
you got me. You outplayed me there.
I mean, it also depends on how much XP he's leached from lanes and such, right? So if he did leech a couple of minions in mid lane, perhaps it would have been enough. As Vladdy continues to put the hurt back into Nuke. That's still that 500 gold lead. Rooster as well building up a 500 gold lead in the top lane. It's the money printer. You know, IRS is coming to investigate him. It's like, excuse me, sir, you can't mint all of this free gold. But he can with the first strike and with the flame splitter into a tank target. It's very easy just to get yourself a lot of extra money in your pockets. See how well he can utilize it, though. Went for the boots of swiftness first. Not something we too commonly see on the Rumble.
Oh, we do see it from time to time.
Yeah, we do. Well, I said too commonly, Daddy.
That is fair point.
It's more of a zebra than a horse, you know?
Sorry, what? I don't understand that analogy.
Oh, maybe it's a more medical one. It's when you're being going through med school and such and starting to be a doctor, they'll say if you hear hooves, as Bukada's going to force losses fast. If you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras.
Oh.
As Grand Starfall is going to come out into a great handshake out of Trimby. Razork walks out with the Aegis of Soul, but the paranoia is there for the chase. Good stun out of Fnatic means that Shifters...
Vjerovatno je Asus Nocturne ulti koji smo vidjeli ikada.
But yeah, if you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras. And the idea is, hey, if you see something, it's more likely to be a common condition than it is to be a vanishingly rare one, right?
That's interesting, yeah. Cool, thanks for that insight. Well, right now, bot side, Shifters have won this small skirmish. They
Good
got
handshake from Trimby.
ult out from Razork, and the flash out from, well, the flash was a little bit earlier, but now they feel strong enough to contest this dragon. TP will just come through from Vladdy, hasn't quite finished the Rod of Ages yet, but is working towards it. It looks like though Fnatic is saying, you know what, we're happy to scale, we're all good, we'll give this first dragon up. And it makes sense in the context of the comps. Yeah. We talked about how Shifters, big spike at level 6, another big spike at level 11, big spikes around their first items, and so Fnatic playing around those spikes well.
Emperor's not very happy. Just TP back into the lane is already about 500 HP. Rooster equalizer still a while away from being up, and he might just reset off this push, but I think he'll be very happy just continuing to get that push in. Empress with the Balmy Cinder and the Spectre's Cowl doesn't have as much tankiness as he would like into this Rumble right now.
He's doing his best. Will catch what farm he can. He's got Pantheon hovering around the top side. I think it's still very difficult. He might just ult to clear the wave and then look for a base. Meanwhile, support's now roaming around the map. Trimby still only level 5, but...
Trimby's handshakes have been on point so far. Nuke's going to use the fact that Vladdy was pulled back to put some extra damage into the Anivia, but not going to get too much more out of it.
So I do like the fact that... So, I mentioned earlier, Caps was one of the people that just skips the tier item, goes Rod of Ages into then just damage. The reason why I personally like it is your Anivia just spikes harder, faster. In the sense that when you go for double tier, you're basically... With the exception of Rise, because he scales with mana directly, like his damage
Double tier?
Anivia's like, okay, now I've got my tier items, now I can start really building actual damage.
Čemu pričam? What double tier?
Scaling and stuff. But just by skipping the Archangels, yes, you lose some survivability and you lose some mana, but you do start doing damage earlier, so you can start to contest these dragons earlier, and you're just a little bit more of a force in the mid game.
Ne znam da li on računa da je Rod of Ages tier item, pošto ne znam koji drugi tier item kupuje Anivia.
Favoring in terms of damage, it makes sense for Vladdy to try and get towards his more heavy damage spikes earlier, right? Yeah. I agree with you there, Vetty. Shifters have managed to garner themselves that gold lead again. Paduk and Trimby doing a good job in this bottom side to get a little bit of a lead. It's about 1.5 minion waves, nothing too substantial, but an extra plate going over to Paduk as well. So it's even enough in that bot side. Rooster, obviously, man, like this guy, his laning is just really nice to watch. Like, he's constantly putting the enemies on the back foot, often put into these damage leaders into tank matchups, like we saw it in game 1 with the Jace into Kasante. Here we're seeing it with Rumble into Ornn, but he does really punish his opponents in these matchups and gets himself a large chunk of change.
I mean, many of our Korean top laners here in the LEC have similar preferences, but right now, speaking of Rooster, he's joined up with his jungler to contest these grubs.
That's the equalizer. Only a Haunting guys to back it up. Razzle's going to go for the smite. There's the paranoia into the equalizer across them. Nuke looking for the realm warp as well. Trimby there, but there's the pop blossom coming.
O ne, jem trenutno Schweppes zero.
Shifters do get the kill onto Losper, who sacrificed himself for the good of the team.
Yeah, I mean, the realm warp was the biggest difference maker in that play for Shifters.
Schweppes zero je lagan. Što bi se reklo 99% voda.
The ulti from Losper looked really strong, but Razzle and Vladdy basically had nothing left.
Yeah, it's just distraction.
Yeah, they couldn't really keep the fight going. Best case scenario for Shifters is it's Nuke that picks up that kill. But Fnatic, they want to get a grub and they want to get out. The ultimate comes out. Looks quite scary for Bukada, but they don't quite have the damage to get the kill. So he's able to flash away to safety. Great ulti from Losper, but then he's got nothing. Yeah. He has no flash available. They don't have enough damage anymore, and so Fnatic end up losing a player.
Also, it's just a little greedy from Fnatic to be contesting the grubs. I understand wanting to get one so the mites aren't spawning for the enemy team, but your top laner was very much bot lane without teleport, and your bot laner was clearing out top wave. And it's like, there's a realm warp. There's easy ways for Fnatic to get on top, for Shifters to get on top of you with the equalizer and paranoia as well. Feels like they were caught a little bit unawares or just a little bit more greedy. A hand in the cookie jar and...
Pa isti je ko običan. Ja nemam... Mislim, ja iskreno da te ne lažem, nisam običan pio jako dugo. Ali, kako se sjećam, nije neka razlika između Zero i običnog. On je živ, što ne reći.
Shifters able to walk Padak out. Trimby with a perfectly timed handshake gets him out alive.
Yeah, they didn't want to overcommit to Padak as well, because he did have the resurrection sitting on top of him, so had he fallen, then he would have been able to potentially get a return kill, come back alive, and then the play just goes even more in the way of Shifters. They do get summoner spells out though. Flash and barrier gone for Padak, ahead of the dragon spawning in 30 seconds. With Trimby's ultimate gone, it's only Bukada that really has his ult available, and Rooster should he choose to get involved in the action. So I think it's a dangerous play now for Shifters to really contest this objective. So we'll see if Fnatic feel confident enough to start this dragon off. I'd really like to see them do it, and I think it would be really good considering that they want to play more of a scaling game. Taking one dragon off the rift just will naturally slow the game down.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did in game 1 as well. Getting those first 2 dragons slowed Shifters down. Shifters were then able to get a couple of dragons for themselves, but it didn't really amount to too much as Rooster continues to chip away at Emperos, who's done a good enough job of farming up here within, 3 waves or so on the Ornn into the Rumble. A dragon, I mean, it might be Shifter's priority actually. Hostile takeover still half the way before it comes back off cooldown. They do have paranoia, Realm Warp almost back up. Rooster has no TP though.
Remember what we said about the items, like look at the
Strahinja ne pravi ti ništa više ne uništava nego mnogo stvari koje unosiš svakako, osim ako ti nije ishrana, ono, iz tvoje kuće, iz tvog dvorišta, razumeš, ono, imaš koke nosilje i brate, ono, šargarepu i paradajz, sve ti je prerađevina. Tako da ne pravi nešto veliku razliku, iskreno. Ode Trimby. Ja mislim da je to za Shiftere, iskreno. Mislim da što su igrali su.
The cost of this is the advantage that Rooster is gaining in the top lane. Yeah, he's going to get the entire tower for himself. Look at the lead that he's been able to build.
Ne, biće 0-5. Kažem, mislim da s 5. Zvanično, mislim da League 5 je također nije updateovan, ali mislim da na 5 poraza samo si dumt svejedno, tako da trebalo bi da bude GG što se toga tiče.
It's Bukada turning his attention onto Razzle, thinking he could get a kill, but in order to do that, it isolates your bot lane. And with no flash available on Trimby, they quickly turn that into a kill, hand it over to Losper. Ideally, that would have gone into one of the carries, either Upset or Vladdy, but still Upset finds himself with a gold lead, and the most important thing being Fnatic get themselves that first dragon.
I think Bukada, he kind of thought he could kill Razork, but also kind of thought, oh, who's the easiest target for me to press ultimate on to get out? He did manage to escape that situation. Gold leads for Vladi. Upset has got a little bit of a gold lead over Padak, and it's finished.
To ti kažem, vidi, ako je tvoje ono domaće i sve to, jedino to znaš šta i kako. Iz radnje, šta god uzeo je i kupio meso radnje i sve to, sve ti je to daleko od optimalnog.
But we'll see if it matters in the context of the game, because Rooster has built these leads before, and I'm not even saying that it's his fault that Shifters don't convert it into a win, but Shifters have proven multiple times this split that them having any semblance of a lead does not result in a victory.
Do you think it's because we play most of our games in the afternoon and evening? And Rooster's famously awake in the morning. Famously. You know?
He's playing very well. So
yeah,
that
but
would be counter.
He needs to like communicate with his team, you know? I'm miles ahead, you know?
Ne ovako. Ne ovako, komentatori.
I feel like you've taken the analogy too far now, Medic.
It definitely went too far, but
you're implying that he is in fact
he's a rooster.
That's his name. That's like a nickname.
Oh, he's not actually.
No, that's a common trope.
Yeah, that's where I've gone wrong.
That's where you've gone wrong. Yeah. I thought Padak was.
Jeste, Strahinja, to ti pričam, tako da kažem ti, nema tu tačnog odgovora, ti biraš manje od mnogo zla i to je to.
You saying Vladi doesn't drink blood?
I am in fact saying that, yes.
Dear me. And whole world
the biggest shot, Razork, not Razor K.
Oh, he's not Razor K?
Yeah, no.
Okay. With Shifters with a 100 gold lead, 1,000 gold lead in fact, we are getting to that point in the game. The next 8 minutes or so pivotal. So whether our expectations will be dashed against the rocks, or whether we will be able to maintain them with the foresight of the gods.
I mean, so Rooster will be the player to watch.
Ako čujete Luija da laje, uletela mi je mušica u sobu, tako da svašta tu može se dogodi. Obožava da lovi mušice.
Rooster's going to be super important, but the question is, does Fnatic even care about fighting the next dragon? Because they could just choose to cross map.
Ne znam, prvi game su uzeli LeBlanc, sad su uzeli Kalistu, a čini mi se kao da i dalje ne rade dovoljno u early game-u. Gledamo 20 minuta, 3 kila. Što iskreno mislim da je daleko dovoljno da kažeš da ti se neki early game pick isplatio. Tako da definitivno nisam ljubitelj onoga što Shiftersi rade, ma da kažem. 0-4 su najverovatnije 0-5 nakon ovog meča. Tako da realno gledano, oni su manje više svoje završili, nakon ovog poraza imaju Navi KC do kraja nedelje, a to će nastaviti, to će njih staviti, neće nas, na 0-7 i onda imaju još 2 partije do kraja sezone, što će ih opet staviti na 0-9, osim ako ne izvuku vina. Znamo da nekad se dogode čudne stvari, pa ekipe koje ne očekujemo da vinaju.
Right, they win this game, then they play up against, I think, KC tomorrow and then Na'Vi on the final day, because I think it's KC Fnatic on the final day. If they could take a win here, I'm gonna say it's probably past them to beat KC tomorrow. But if they take some momentum...
Da li su, vidi, verate, ništa nije prevara, mislim, to ti je čokoladica koja ima proteina, koliko ima proteina. Sad zavisi odakle dolazi taj protein, ali na kraju dana za koncept građanja mišića i sve to ti je, znaš, relativno slično. Sad zavisi šta hoćeš da radi. Znaš, da li je bolje pojesti proteinsku čokoladicu ili ono, čokoladicu, bolje je pojesti proteinsku čokoladicu svakako, jer ako ima dosta proteina, verovatno ima manje masti, ima manje gluposti unutra. I zavisi koja proteinska čokoladica, što je dosta veliki faktor, jer, znaš, ako uzimaš proteinsku čokoladicu od, što se dogodi ovdje, pa ću objasniti. Ali Pedak je pao. 1 za 1 support za AD carry-a, Fnatic ovo samo dobija. Tako da, svako je bolje pojesti proteinsku, pogotovo s 50% proteina, nego onu punu šećera. Što ti je definitivno jedna stvar. Što je upravo rekao komentator, ste čuli, alo, chill.
sure it will.
I mean, all of the credit needs to be given to Losper for that play. He finds such a fantastic flank, and he locks down Padak before he gets a chance to do anything. Fantastic flank. The follow-up with the Ornn ultimate, the dive-in from Razork. The focus is clear. Take out the enemy AD carry. They trade Losper for Padak, and then once that's happened, it becomes an easy cleanup. Upset gets a kill onto Trimby. They chase down Bukada. Rooster's able to get a return kill. This should stop the Dragon from going down, but Fnatic with a fantastic fight. And Upset now 3-0-2, a 1.6k gold lead for him.
Yeah, a little greedy from Razork on the backside to flash Shield Vault onto Rooster, who still had most of his TP shield up, with only Empress there to back him up. They didn't really have the damage to get through, so Razork does go down, but the gold lead shrinks to only 600 ahead for Shifters. And now Fnatic, after pushing out mid, can start up their second Dragon of the game. Couple of pings coming out from Shifters.
Oh, they are pinging that Baron.
They are thinking about a Baron as an answer.
They're doing it.
I mean, they're going for it. Razork has Grand Starfall in about 20 seconds or so, 15 in fact. Losper here.
It's quite
doesn't have a blast cone, it's down to 10k.
Losper no flash.
They're giving up on the Drake. Razork's already moved across, and Shifters, I think that's all they really wanted. They were like, okay, let's make sure they can't just sneak this Drake. But now Razork just walks back and does take the Drake. There is a way pushing in the bot side.
Super, vidi, nešto je fora. Ja mislim da ne postoji ni jedna osoba u Fortuni s kojim ja iskreno nisam dobar. Generalno je firma je giga epic. Mislim, ljudi su stvarno super i ono, sa svima sam jako dobar što toga tiče. Mislim da bukvalno ne postoji, kažem, ni jedna osoba sa kojom nisam dobar u toj firmi. Čak i ljude koje vi recimo ni ne znate, koji su iza scene i sve to. A, vidi Solti, mora malo. Mora malo Solti, mora malo. Kažem, generalno, ono, Fortuna je baš chill. Čak i ljudi koji više ne rade tamo su stvarno, ono, fenomenalni. Mislim, realno, znate i Mička, znate i Glišu, znate da, ono, i Jogija i svi koji su, kažem, bukvalno nikad radili tamo su, ono, chill. Svi koji su ostali duže od fazona, ono, ne znam. Nekoliko dana fazon.
Rumble ultimate.
Realm Warp.
The problem becomes the positioning. If Shifters just play a standard front to back, you are not getting through Fnatic.
Yeah.
Like, you're just... Padak will not kill Ornn fast enough.
That is very true.
Whereas I'm telling you right now, Upset will kill whoever's in front of him faster than you will kill the Ornn.
Agreed.
So, it can't be a front to back. So Shifters have a few options. Option number one, you don't even play for team fights, you play for sides.
Sure.
You have Realm Warp and you have Rise, and one shadows the other, and you just look to try and pick your opponent in a side lane.
Isn't the risk then that Razork can answer with the Grand Starfall?
Yes, but that's why, like, in theory, you find the pick quickly, get the kill, run away, okay? Sure. But that's the idea. So, you can already see Vladdy, he catches bot, doesn't push.
Yeah.
Because if he does, that gives Shifters a reliable way to find the pick, right? So, Fnatic have to respect that side lane threat. The other thing you do is you try to win the fight before it starts. So Fnatic do not have the best Dragon setups. I think we've seen that a couple times already in this series. So Shifters, if they have the forethought, can look to try and attack Fnatic in the setup, find the pick, and then use numbers in order to win out on the fight.
I like your logic.
But I think Shifters, basically they have to do anything other than play a stock standard front-to-back team fight at a Dragon. That is the, in my opinion, worst case scenario for Shifters.
Would you say getting caught in a side lane is part of the
Not ideal.
Yeah, so Rooster is going to have to flash away from the Flash Frost. Paranoia being used here to try and give Rooster the ability to get out, and they don't know he's in the second bush. Now they do. Vladdy still has the egg, and he's going to be fried and go into it, but Razork has enough damage to get the kill onto Rooster. Pings coming out towards the Baron from Shifters. Upset chasing in onto Padak. Handshake out onto the Shake Splitter. In the end, Shifters just get a little bit of vision deny around the Baron.
So it was a cross map from Shifters as they targeted Empress. They get his flash on the top side, but they don't actually get the kill. So it's an advantage gained once again for Fnatic as they secure a kill onto Rooster.
A nije isti studio, to je fun fact. U stvari nije isti studio koji je bio. To je totalno je drugačija adresa, totalno je drugačije mesto. Mislim, Tuna se skroz se preselila u suštini, tako da tamo gdje je nekada bilo, tu odavno nije studio.
It is completely over now. Fnatic, fantastic decision. Absolutely excellent. Oh, they're going for more.
Razzle got the chase. Might just lose this to Nuke. He goes in, gets feared. Razzle goes down, but Upset has the flank now onto Nuke. Paranoia out. Upset splashing forward. Rooster goes into the danger zone. And when you're there, there's not really any way out. Upset and Emperor secure the ace. As Fnatic will look to push in for the win.
Okay, that was definitely too deep from Razzle, but Fnatic still make the play work. They get an ace, they'll get another tower. Everything is completely falling apart for Shifters. Fnatic with such a smart Baron call.
Yeah, really smart.
They get the pick in bot lane, they push that wave out. Rise is the one to answer it with no TP and no realm warp. Resets have come through and a very quick base.
Želim da kažem jadni Shiftersi, ali zaista igraju jako loše. Da, definitivno. Ma ne, u odnosu na onaj stari studio, ovaj nov studio je, brate, baš je gote. Mislim, generalno je lepše mesto za rad, ono, ima i više prostora i kao, bukvalno u svakom smislu nam je bolje mesto za rad sad. Kancelarije su nam lepše, sve je, ono, bukvalno ne mogu se žalim, stvarno. Ovaj nov studio je baš ogroman improvement, iskreno.
And nothing from mid jungle.
Absolutely.
Like, hey, we know our bread is buttered.
Absolutely. I mean, Losper deserves it this game. He's had some great ultimates really for sure. That river fight for the second dragon really, I think, swung the momentum in Fnatic's favor. But Shifters now on the back foot, they are basically relying on a miracle.
And the miracle might come from a Nuke flank who's just walking through mid. Instead, with the Paranoia going in, Nuke looking for the flank now. Rooster's almost dead. Trimby gets called into Fate. But Fate has other ideas. Upset does fall low. Product tries to open up on him and gets him to the bailout. Now dashing around Fnatic and the Nuke flank has worked. Razzle's going to tank the towers. Nuke and Product still stand. They'll try and get out of here. The jump across the
Oni ladno okreću. Bukvalno okreću. Pa znaš da je Laziće Marence već bio tamo, možete dođete vi, mislim. Lazić je već bio tamo, ne znam da li još neko bio tamo, pokušavam se setim. Ma lagano, pa mislim skuplje prostor sigurno, zašto je mnogo i bolji i veći i sve, mislim nema šta. Ljudi, znači ovaj game je najveća fiesta među svim fiestama koje se događaju. Znači ovaj game je samo je to. Mada gledajte, kažem, gledamo ekipu koja je 0-4 protiv ekipe koja je 1-3, zaista nema ovdje sad šta mnogo da se priča. Sljedeći game će biti dosta jači, jer gledamo KC i Navi, to će u stvari biti dobra partija, zanimljivo i nabadanje i sve ostalo. Ali ovaj game specifično je samo kritičan, jer mislim, kažem, opet imaš
scaling like Nuke is an actualizer, and you do have Paranoia, and Rooster is still very strong, but his gold lead was 2,000 a few moments ago, is now down to 500, whereas Upsets is over 4K. Right? There's over 1,500 gold leads on 3 members.
Yes, mislim da ni Fnatic nije ništa spec dobar, ali malo, visi još gori. Šta da radiš? A što se tiče KC-a, i dalje tvrdim da je KC najbolja ekipa u Evropi. Meni dalje nije jasno. Mislim, dobra je, ove sezone nisu igrali dovoljno partija, ali da. Sad je novi KC sljedeći. I ovo je, inače, Roach, ovo se igra u Francuskoj, tako da sljedeća serija će biti zbog publike interesantnija. I mislim da će, pošto znači, ova 3 dana, petak, subota, nedelja, igra se u Francuskoj i igraju samo Shifters i Fnatic, KC i Navi. Znači, samo 4 ekipe igraju, sva 3 dana. Svako protiv svakog igra. A igra se u Francuskoj, znači KC očigledno, on ima najviše publike i sve to, mislim.
Controlled by Giant X. Yeah. If we think about the context of our playoffs right now, it feels like Vitality, G2, MCOY, KC sitting around the top. Oh, Vladdy.
Equalizer down to Vladdy, who doesn't have flash, but does have flash for splash over the wall. The stun still landing.
Da, jako su hejtovali Vladija, zašto je KC fanovi baš imaju problema s Vladijem. Mislim da je samo ovdje mrtav je Rooster. Baš fiesta od partije. Padak. Ima možda. A nije teo do broja. Znaš da bi tačno ostao i na bado bi se. Ima kupus desno koji neće. Izgleda da samo želi da se rikola i to mu je to. Pa dobro.
But the problem is the Baron spawns in 8 seconds, and with Vladdy alive, he can heal back up here.
It looks like they're not going to do it.
They don't want to risk it against the Kalista and Nocturne still alive. So then, yeah, pretty best case scenario for Shifters. You pop the egg in top side, and Nivea has to go back to base, and then Paduk catches Emperos out in mid, but then says, no, screw that, let's just go straight onto upset. A trade of flashes between the AD carries, another great ultimate, but it's not enough to peel for upset, so he ends up dying. Then they run out of damage because it's only Emperos and Losper alive. Nuke sees that as an opportunity to get another kill for Shifters. And while he does lose his life, hey, when you're this far behind, you've got to be trying something on the map. And I like the proactivity that we're getting from Shifters to at the very least try and get something, try and slow Fnatic down as much as you can.
As we'll see if Shifters can do anything in this situation. It is it's a mammoth task. Like
GA now being worked on by upset.
The possibility of this task being done has been extinct for quite a while. As there will be soul for Fnatic. Shifter's going to start up the Baron. Rooster will burn through this pretty quick. Razok though has the Grand Starfall and can close the gap rapidly himself. Nuke looking for a flank position to see if he can get some damage down. Trimby also looking for that hostile takeover. Nuke's on the wrong side of this wall and all of Fnatic begin to collapse onto him. Nuke is atomized. Emperor's diving in as well. There's the pop blossom follow-up from Losper with the 3-man knocker. But Guardian Angel, Bubukada in that hostile takeover won't be enough to save his life. Rooster opens up with the flame spitter, but he's down as well. And Fnatic are just running them down.
SBB strane.
Easy enough clear up for the boys in orange and black here. As Shifters once again will be relegated to defeat, this time 0-2 in the series.
A neće komentatori ne pričaju o tome kako ovo je verovatno rib za Shifterse. Mislim, ovo je kraj partije, Pedak je živ, ali će samo da se povuče nazad i to je otprilike to. Na, ne može ništa sam da radi. Malo riperoni, sve je to privremeno, lajti. Da ne ulazimo u to zašto je to tako, ali ko zna, zna bilo kako bilo. Imamo i ovaj smoke show izgleda na stage-u, ali da, mislim, ovo je manje više očekivano. Fnatic je vino, ali iskreno uzet ću obzir kako je prošao prvi game, mislim da ni Fnatic ne treba da bude toliko zadovoljan. Mislim da su oni mogli da odrade mnogo bolji posao. Tako da, Fnatic će imati još dosta da dokaže, a sljedeća partija će biti Navi KC. Tako da, kao što sam rekao, za nekih 15 minuta, 14 minuta idemo na pauzicu, pravimo mali break, kad se budemo vratili, gledamo mnogo uzbudljiviji meč koji će biti, ajde možda i malo bliži, ali pored toga će biti i naravno dosta kvalitetniji. Tako da idemo na pauzicu, na pauzu smo neki 15 minuta, 14 i onda se vraćamo sa finalnom serijom dana. Gledamo Navi i KC.
ideally, both Navi and KC would put you in a much better position.
Yeah, a victory over the next 2 days would be massive for them. For Shifters, 0-5 is a difficult well to climb out of.
Absolutely.
That is a slippery slope for you to get up. You do need to win everything, basically. You need to win everything from now. I believe that Vladdy is standing by on stage, so we're going to hear from him. Vladdy, take it away.
And guys, I'm joined by Vladdy. Congrats on your win against Shifters. How do you feel right after this win?
How do I feel after this win? Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy because I think we just showed our screen performance, I would say. Because this past weekend, I think we are practicing a lot on site. So yeah, I think we played well and I'm happy about it.
Ils ont très bien joué aujourd'hui. Comment se sent-il après cette game? On sent finalement, on voit petit à petit les résultats des scrims. Il dit qu'ils se sont beaucoup entraînés et que désormais ils ont réussi à montrer de très belles choses aujourd'hui. And then, in game 1, Shifters often leave small openings. So even when they're in control. So did you expect that? And how do you capitalize on it?
I think we just kind of knew that Shifters are not very good in mid game. Like they just tend to group a lot on mid. So we just tried to push sides a lot, and when we were pushing sides, they were panicking and they were lost on the map, I think. So afterwards, we just found good windows.
Comment win cette game? Finalement, on sait que Shifters, de temps en temps, laisse de petits espaces, des fenêtres pour aller chercher ces games contre eux. Et Vladdy me répond que finalement, on avait parfois un certain contrôle au niveau de ce mid, mais qu'on est surtout allé chercher les lanes, puisque c'était ici que les Shifters paniquaient une fois qu'ils étaient mis dos au mur dans ce genre de conditions. And then, you lane against Nuke today. And to be honest, he played really safe. So, do you think that gave you an edge? And how do you beat him today?
Usually when I scream Nuke, I think he's stronger in lane, but I think today he just kind of choked, honestly. I think he usually performs better, but yeah, I think it was quite easy, I would say.
Il a dit que Nuke était plutôt silencieux. Quand je lui demande comment ça s'est passé pour battre justement Nuke sur sa game, visiblement, il était plutôt confiant ainsi. Et Nuke n'a pas forcément joué à son plein potentiel. And then, last but not least, you know the French crowd is known for yapping and booing, even though it's make all with respect. So, do you are the type of guys of answer, or did you just let your game do the talking?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, like they're yapping and booing, you know. So, are you the type of guy, or you just let your game do the talking?
I mean, I think I just ignore them, but obviously it's a banter, I hope. Yeah, I just try to minimize it and play my own game.
C'est vrai que forcément vous êtes connu en France justement pour parfois aller chercher, bouer, huer un petit peu les joueurs. Et je lui demande s'il est du genre à plutôt répondre ou si au contraire il préfère notamment pouvoir laisser la game parler pour lui. Et il répond finalement qu'il essaie tout simplement de vous ignorer, que c'est difficile tout de même, mais qu'au final il y parvient quand même. Merci infiniment, thanks Vladdy for joining me. And then we'll go on the waiting screen. Nous allons sur un petit waiting screen et on se retrouve donc juste après pour la suite. Et j'espère que vous l'avez compris dans la salle, mais Carmine va pouvoir jouer.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me.
I have a good position, guys. Run by speed.
Yeah, you have good position.
I
Send the ulti,
look,
send the ulti. Look. ¿Dónde está la lista?
Harris, don't touch here. Look at my big Eva here.
Yeah.
Don't touch.
La lista is dead. Renata? Slowly.
First target. Rise.
Yeah. Renata is here. Finish and run, guys.
Finish and run.
Okay.
Fight.
I'm multi-gun lista.
Look, don't touch.
Very good, guys. Top.
After a complicated game, Fnatic wraps it up 2-0 today against Shifters here in Evry and MTROS. Congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Any first reactions on the game and on this series as a whole?
It looked pretty good, to be honest, playing in this stage with this crowd. It was very fun, and yeah, I like it a lot.
Can't complain. I mean, you guys did quite well for yourself. Game 1 was a little bit sketchy, but the comeback was there against
Sketchy, yeah, that's the word.
Shifty. Many adjectives to put it that way,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, how did it feel in that game 1, though, when you end up as Cassante into Jace? Didn't feel like the best of times.
I mean, the game 1 felt really bad for me. Like, I was just losing plates every wave, kinda. But I had to tank it, kinda. He picked Jace with 2 bans. It's very hard to counterpick it. And I'm glad that my team got my back and we come back.
But what did you guys work on to get ready for this week with the travel and everything? The fact that I didn't feel like you had a lot of positive data after the games you played, winning against G2, losing against the rest of the team. So tell me about this.
I mean, we tried a lot to improve on our stability as a team and how to improve our mid-game and how to be more consistent as well. I'm very happy with our progress, though, during these 2 weeks that we had. And I'm really confident for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, what do you think about Navi actually as an opponent? They're about to play their first game against KC. What is interesting about this team?
I mean, Navi is a pretty good team. Obviously, I really like Rilets, how he's playing. He's carrying his team, I think, a lot. Also, Poppy is playing a lot of good games. I think they're a really good opponent to face tomorrow, and it's kind of our main opponent to beat. So I'm looking forward to play versus them.
Nice.
I mean, you're going at Mainter, and I feel like the top lane meta right now is kind of shifting towards all these range chops. How do you feel to navigate that? Because I haven't seen you bring them out yet. Do you think it's actually just the best right now to just blind the range chop, or do you think there are better options?
I think it depends a lot on the confidence that you have and how you are as a player, because, for example, like Rooster and Kana can play really good those Jace champs, Vayne champs. I feel like if you are not so sure about them pulling them in officials, I think it's not good to play them. So yeah, it's all about confidence and how you practice.
What about you in range matchup, actually?
I mean, we will see.
Okay.
I can't say much, but we'll see in the future. I played one Canon.
Yeah.
So definitely can play them, but depends.
All right. Stay tuned for more. One player that I want to talk about is, of course, your mid laner, Vladdy. He got the Kia player of the game today. And a big question that I had for Vladdy ahead of today is his mindset, especially here in the arena. So talk me through, how was it playing him today? Did you feel any difference for him maybe being more driven with the crowd being against him? Because they were not chanting his name at all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Vladdy played really insane today. I'm really happy about his performance.
This solo kill was
This is insane.
I mean, this solo kill, guys, I don't know how it happened. Like, I don't think it can happen. If I play Rise mid, I'm not dying to Anivia level 2.
That's illegal.
Yeah, I mean, but like, obviously, Vladdy is smart. He did something very good, and respect. Like, he played very insane.
Amazing.
I mean, I actually thought his relationship with Casey was quite poor leaving, but then seeing him with the fantastic relationship with the Blue Wall this game kind of changed that mind on me. Considering that Anivia performance, they found so many clutch walls in teamfights, just locking them down. So really impressive stuff from him, and it's nice to see him being in such good form.
Yeah.
Did you notice him like way more amped up coming into this weekend? Like, did he seem more locked in, or is it still just Vladdy, who's a bit of a goofy guy?
No, Vladdy is always like that. Vladdy doesn't care. He's like, okay, let's go, guys, let's play and let's live. Eat McDonald's. He's like that always. He doesn't care.
Do you have any final thoughts before we let you go ahead of today's game again, ahead of Casey's game on Sunday, and overall playing on stage in this environment?
I mean, I'm just looking forward to play in this versus those teams. Like, they are really good, and I like how they play. And I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to play in this big crowd.
Yeah, well, it starts good for you guys, so let's see if it can continue. Thank you so much for joining us today. And before we kick it off with the second series, we're gearing up for Casey's first game here in the arena. So let's check out a special announcement ahead of the road trips hosted by MCOI in Madrid.
Miguel Ángel dijo: vi el ángel en el mármol y lo tallé hasta que lo liberé. Sus palabras aún resuenan en muchos de nosotros que esculpimos el mármol. Sacrificándolo todo para alcanzar un sueño. Este viaje no está hecho para corazones frágiles. Dos equipos, dos formas de entender el juego.
Il faut vaincre et vaillannos pour atteindre les sommets.
Cameto es un jugador increíble. Disfruto mucho compitiendo contra él. Me ayuda a ser mejor.
Dos líderes, una única dirección, la victoria.
Venimos como campeones y nos iremos como campeones.
Pesada es la carga. Para uno, la carga de mantenerse en la cima.
¡No lo podemos hacer!
Para el otro,
¡No lo podemos hacer!
la carga de alcanzar la cima.
Ibai. Je t'apporterai une nouvelle avenue.
Cameto, si el futuro es tuyo, demuéstralo.
Nous sommes la nouvelle génération.
¡Hostia!
Buenas tardes.
Ojo, mellado.
Hoy es el pasado, el presente y el futuro.
I never knew Kameto had such a good stone face. Like, he looked unperturbed.
Yeah.
Like, they were throwing all this smack
Stoic,
talk at him.
really.
Yeah.
And his
I mean,
Spanish is impeccable,
yeah,
man.
I'm
Like, I've
really
never heard him
impressed.
like this.
Yeah. I didn't know he had it in.
A great show match to look forward to in Spain in a couple of weeks. But before that, the show continues here with another match that we're going to have as KC versus Navi is on. KC is going to enter their stage here in their own arena, à la maison, at their home here. And we know how it ended last year. They went 2-0, were undefeated, looking to maintain that record this year here as well.
I mean, they just looked like by far the strongest team right now. And I think in their home crowd, I expect greatness from them. To be fair, going up against Navi, they're not a weak opponent. Navi does not look too shabby themselves, but coming in with the crowd buff as their sixth man, I think it's expected for them to kind of run the show.
Yeah, it still feels like, though, they do, coming back to our points at the start of the day, need to elevate coming into today, right? Because I think the conversation for a lot of Navi has been about Relech, but I want to see other parts step up. And it still feels to me like coming into this, like the matchup that we should be looking at is that jungle between Yike and Relech.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When I think about Relech, I think about a young player coming in and kind of shaping the team around him. And that is exactly what Yike did on G2 in 2023. The fact that he just came into this roster of veterans and just kind of made them all play around him. I think there's some great similarities there between those two players. Think about Yike on the Viego, the Lilia, the Belvav, just constantly invading. And it's the same with Relech now on the Aatroxes, on the Zahens, just playing his own style and making it work so spectacularly.
But it's also someone who just changed the entire way that we had to look at things, right? Like, he came in, he started to win with G2. He now has the record for the longest player with the longest win streak when it comes to titles in the LEC. And I think it's, as you say, Finn, it's thanks to him coming in and warping the meta to fit what he wanted to play. And we're seeing a very similar style with Relech, where he's bringing out these Aatroxes, these bruisers, these top laners essentially in the jungle, and making them look fantastic. And again, it's about having that team play for him so he can step up to be the carry. And there is no doubt that we are starting to see Relech take those same steps that Yike did early in his career to start moving in towards not just the championship player, but elevating teams that are around him to try and take those titles.
I mean, Relech said it. He is the main guy for this Navi team, and I look at him and what happened with Yike, the fact that he entered the league, he used to have fun, then tree meta happened, then he lost his fire, found a new form within this meta though. But it's interesting to see how much of a different player he is now.
It is very funny looking at Yike's champions there and just seeing, like, one of them does not like the others.
No, for real.
One,
There's a big ass tree in there.
But I do think that's kind of what happened over time, right? Was like G2 kind of started to shift him in towards more of like the Maokais, the Sejuanis that you start to see. Whereas with Relech, he's managed to keep that style and flair. And I think having this team that is still willing to play around him really does step him up as, you know, in conversations of these great junglers we're seeing in the LEC.
How is it going to come together though? Because I feel like it's interesting in this matchup. We know that Relech, he is the main guy. He needs to be enhanced. He needs to have priority to do whatever he does best. I feel like Yike is more a facilitator lately, adapting a bit more to his team. So when you come up against a jungler like Relech, are you going to go back to your roots, back to what made you successful and maybe go on those champions again? Or
I still think we'll see a very similar story from Yike, like going back towards the Xin Zhao. I think when you look at KC, they kind of have a very similar story to what we're seeing with Navi. It's like, hey, we also like pushing lanes. We like strong lanes that we can then facilitate looking for skirmishes around Yike in those rivers and stuff. And I think that's where this is the big battle that we're going to see in draft is how do you get strong lanes to try and enable those junglers to try and take over in those early stages. I'm
so like brain fogged because when you said going back to your roots, I'm like, wait, are you excited about him looking in Maokai again? Is that what you want to see? You want to see the roots? You want to see the tree? You want to see the Ivor? No, I want to see Yike kind of mold as well with this meta and see how it will develop because he really did have that period, especially I think 2024, going into 2025 as well, where he just became the tank guy. He was just on these facilitators, and I think right now with KC, this is a team that relies on individual brilliance, and I think he also wants to be a part of that, and I think he wants to show that he still got it, because I believe he does.
Another player who wants to prove that he still got it and show what he's made of, for me, it's Mainter, because Mainter was one of the protégés of KCB back in LFL, and he knew damn well that his road with KC was gonna stop after that year, because there was no way he was gonna overcome Kana. Kana was well seated in the LEC seats, and he knew that his road was going to continue elsewhere in another team, and this time around, he's back in front of his former family, wants to prove them that, guys, I had it in me.
Look.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I
mean, I think he should be excited about this top lane matchup, because Mainter, he wants to show it. He wants to prove it to the fans that they had him and they chose Kana, because as you say, he was playing in KC Academy for 2 years, won so much with them. And if that was any other academy team, Mainter would have been promoted far sooner than what he did. But in the end, he did make it to LEC. He did go through that journey to actually stand on this stage against KC now. And he wants to show that he can go toe-to-toe with Kana.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see, because in the junglers we're talking about sticking to the roots, whereas with Mainter we've kind of seen that shift away from what he was famous for in the ERLs, which was these big bruiser top laners, and he's going to be able to take over in that top lane and really show his stuff. Now we're seeing him go, I know I'm going to go to the tanks. We've started to see a slight shift in towards more things like the Mbessa and these kind of things, and like, I know Finn, you had a rough time against his Vayne and solo queue, so maybe we get to see a little bit more of these kind of shifts away in towards the meta, because I want to see a little bit more from Mainter. I feel like he's kind of been put into this role, like this role player with, I'm going to be a tank player, but we know he's got the depths of it in him, and if he could show up here today against Kana, what a beautiful way to tie this all together.
It's tough.
I mean, it is. I mean, that's as you say. Like he actually, he completely destroyed me in solo queue the other day. But he's not playing against Finn today. He's playing against Kana. And while I would like to believe they were quite close,
in that direction. Like, do you want to talk about this, Finn?
I mean, I just looked in Skarner because I wanted to try Skarner top, and then I see a nameless Vayne top in the enemy team, and I just cannot breathe for my life. And then I see after, oh, it was Mainter. But speaking of Vayne top, I want to talk a little bit about how to actually pilot this champion, because Kana put on a complete show, completely demolishing Wunder the other day. So I want to kind of highlight what he did well. So Wunder, I think, tried to cheese going through the river to kind of walk up and just queue the melee minions with the boomerang, but Kana was standing there like a bouncer, and it's like, no, I'm just gonna fight you if you come this way. And because of that, Wunder had lost so much health before the wave even crashed. And Kana just stands between the wave now and Wunder's tower and just hits him every single time he tries to walk up, even for just XP. And this position is so frustrating. Every top laner knows it. We've all played against Vayne. We've all been there like, oh, I cannot do anything. I want you to count how many CS Wunder is gonna get before this wave crashes, because that number is not gonna budge one bit. He will stay there with 0 CS until Kana says, okay, your wave is crashed, I'm done here, you can farm. But it doesn't end here, because Kana just takes a super cheeky cheater recall and now re-enters the lane with an item advantage, a summoner advantage, and right here, a level advantage. And this is Wunder's solace. This is usually when you get the crashed wave, because you have all these range minions also hitting Vayne when you fight. But Kana's item advantage and exhaust and movement here, as Wunder tries to go for all-in, but Kana manages to dodge the boulder, and now that boulder is on a 20-second cooldown unless you pick it up. And Wunder just has to throw in his little towel and go back to base on a frozen wave against the Vayne with exhaust.
Not good.
And this is just depresso to the max. This is how to dominate the laning phase on Vayne. This is what Kana will do to you if you are careless. And it's not just a whisper he's gonna give you, he's gonna give you a defeat screen.
And it only got worse from there as well. As the rest of this game went on, they started to look at dives into the top lane. They just made Wunder's life hell. And I think this is where, when you have a team like KC, who has so many individual carry players, the fact that you can turn to any lane, even the jungle, to step up and say, hey, I need you to carry this game, makes them such a threat. And now if we start to see more of these, as you say, like the Jaces and the Vaynes in the top lane, this is 3 lanes that push, that opens up Yike, that opens up playmaking, and it feels like KC are just slotted so well into this meta as it evolves.
Listen, they look like the best team we have in the league right now. Hands down. And I know that they didn't have a lot of games, that we're going to see a lot of them from this weekend. Again, at their home, playing in front of their crowd. they have it easy here. On the other side, we have a Na'Vi team that is also looking at locking playoffs, but more than that, looking at showing that they can surpass their top 4 contender. Can they do it today? Against KC.
It's gonna be a tough road, but it's gonna have to come down not just to Reledge, because Reledge is just one man in a team, but it's about the laners. If Na'Vi wants to elevate themselves and go even further, we need to see the laners step up, because KC's laners are some of the best in our league. And if you don't come out even or ahead against them, they will just run the game. So drafting, laning, and power.
But we've seen the breadcrumbs. We've seen the Lucian for Sam D. We've seen Poby step up. We've seen moments of brilliance from Na'Vi. It is now just about trying to bring them all together. And in front of a crowd that is against you, that can be hard, but can also be the fire that you need underneath you to get you going.
And you can see the crowd, they already, the flags are up, the Blue Wolf is chanting already. They have been waiting for this moment for a year, to be back in their home, in front of their audience, and it is the first time that this iteration of KC is gonna get to fight on stage here at Evry. Let's get to it.
vous regarde. Bienvenue en France. Ça envoie, ça fait plaisir de voir les arènes bondées de monde. Je rappelle qu'on va être là tout le week-end. Mais effectivement, on va rentrer dans un gros segment. C'est l'heure de voir la Carmine. Est-ce que vous les voulez sur scène? Eh ben, on est parti pour le deuxième match, deuxième rencontre. Mais avant ça, c'est au tour d'une équipe qui monte. Game après game. Déjà redoutable pour des rookies. Après un début d'année discret à prendre leur marque, aujourd'hui ils arrivent lancés. Les résultats parlent pour eux. La confiance aussi. Ils gagnent en puissance. Ils gagnent en précision. Navi! Avec sur la top lane, Mainter. Dans la jungle, LEC. Au rôle de mid-laner, Bobby. En carry, Samedi. Et le support, AORUS. Tout ça accompagné par le coaching staff, The Rock et Gotowa. Navi. Mais eux, vous les avez attendus toute la journée. Ils sont à domicile pour ce LEC road trip. Actuellement, aucune game perdue. En route pour la perfect run. Ils jouent sous le regard de l'Europe entière. Les arènes, montrez de quoi vous êtes capable pour la Carmine Thor. Un charisme à toute épreuve. Meilleur top laner de LEC, Canon. Un monstre dans la jungle. Le roi des smites. Un sang-froid. Le prochain, c'est le loup de la faille. Rusé, agile, féroce. Carmine, faites du bruit pour votre prodige. Le petit prince, confiant, précis, décisif, Caliste. Il est là, Caliste, il est là. Ils l'ont gardé pour la fin, mais on va quand même faire du bruit à celui qui vient de monter sur scène. Il est calme, discipliné, protecteur, le support, Bouzio. Ils avaient gardé le prodige pour la fin, mais vous les avez là sur scène. 10 joueurs qui performent à fond actuellement dans cette LEC. 10 joueurs qui veulent aller en play-off de la meilleure des manières. 10 joueurs qui veulent aller au MSI, mais ça on y viendra. En attendant, c'est l'heure du match. Carmine, Navi, que le meilleur gagne. Faites-vous plaisir les amis.
And here we are ready for the second series of the day. KC taking on Navi. I will say the fans' KC chants sound very similar to Navi, to the untrained ear. Both Veddy and I were slightly confused as to why there were massive Navi chants before we got into the series. And here we go. Obviously for our host on stage as well, Bouzio and Caliste do look like brothers, so I don't blame them the confusion there. As Le Petit Prince and KC have taken their way to the stage. Big game for Navi. If they can somehow claim this undefeated scalp, get themselves to 5-1 in the LEC, they are just on the cusp of making it to those playoffs. For KC, the undefeated streak. So far, yet to really be challenged. Their opposition haven't been of the highest caliber, apart from Vitality in week 1, of course. And I think Vitality since then have grown and have evolved. So the question for KC is, can you keep the streak going? Because this is probably your biggest challenge of the weekend.
Well, I mean, the split for KC is, in general, a challenge. 3 regular season games into triple best of 3, break into triple best of 3 again.
Yeah.
So this is a taster for what is to come in 2 weeks' time over in Madrid. But obviously, the crowd support very much in favor of KC, as you would expect. The question is, how much momentum will they be able to use? Because so far, KC have looked nothing short of dominant. Yes, their very first series against Vitality was close. It felt like in that first week, though, we didn't really see the full potential of either side.
True.
Since then, KC, in their 2 other best of 3s, have been on track to set the fastest best of 3s in LEC history. While they weren't quite able to achieve that feat, the fact that they were on track to do it not once but twice was simply phenomenal. They have been extremely dominant in their last 2 series, and now in this weekend we will see if they can maintain that performance as we get into the draft.
Expectation has to be that they can, right? We haven't seen many failure states really for this lineup in LEC Spring. Obviously we've only seen a few games from them as well, but even when it looks like someone has made a mistake, there's always someone there to bail them out. Bouzio has been doing an incredible job of being in the right position at the right time on the map across the course of their last few series. For Navi, it's a difficult road to climb. Often their wins come through Relech getting the lead. Often their advantages come through that jungle position. Samdi as well having a great split so far as we are into draft. KC on the red side going to get rid of the Nautilus and the Varus. Jarvan and Orianna taken away by Navi.
Okay, so what will the final ban be here for KC with Rise still up and available? You have to imagine they'd be interested in first picking it, which is why the Vi ban will in fact happen.
You have to think Rise is going to be the final ban from Navi,
You
right?
imagine so, but remember Karma, similar to what we saw before. Right now on this patch, it just feels like Karma is kind of the go-to. Ash Seraphim's still up though. We know that KC's bot lane love to play it, also happy to play into it. So the question ultimately will be...
Ok, evo nas nazad, zvuk ide već, čuje se zvuk. Ok. Draft je krenuo Navi i KC, a kako stvari stoje, Kana se nešto žali. Nadamo se da nije nešto nezgodno, ozbiljno. Ali vidim da sudija čila iza njega, tako da vidjet ćemo šta će se ovdje izdogađati. Kažem, definitivno mnogo bolji meč, mnogo veći kvalitet.
story of the story of this team is very much their jungle. As bot lane will be locked in for Na'Vi, KC now have to make an important choice. Do they forego bot lane, lock their top side, and then can ban away counters to their 2 solo lanes? Or do they instead choose to respond by picking bot lane here?
Ashe Seraphine, I think, is where my mind would immediately go. You don't have the Xin Zhao to apply that extra pressure in the jungle. Goes in, Crescent Guard, Encore through him onto the enemy team, but we've seen how good this bot lane is on Ashe Seraphine. They've dominated.
I pričali smo o tome šta se događa.
Na'Vi looking towards their jungle. Aatrox so often banned against Relech.
Ezreal Karma vs Ashe Seraphine. Mislim da je ovo fine. Možda banuješ Aniviju i dalje, tako da nije toliko strašno. Banuješ Aniviju i banuješ šta god ti još smeta i to je to.
Remember we did say Manta has been this year a bit of a tank merchant, so banning away a tank does make a lot of sense. They may very well ban away the Scion too, which wouldn't then surprise me if Manta even thinks about going towards the Cassante. We'll see if he is thinking about it, but like champions like Aurora tend not to fit into Manta's wheelhouse based on what we've seen from him. So another tank is kind of what I'm expecting from the KC ban.
A good call on the Anivia and the Azir bans from Na'Vi. They want to make sure Povey has the easiest route to victory from that mid lane. Ornn and, as you say, likely Scion here if you are KC.
Sorry.
Yeah, you can feel
I can't see the Xin ban, but it is Xin ban, right? Yeah.
Xin banovan, ok, to je fine.
So, because I was thinking to myself, Xin Galio could be a good option, but with Xin gone, it then raises Pantheon. Are they...
It's Na'Vi that gets picked first.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking about the combo that KC can do, because Na'Vi can kind of go wherever they want right now. The most logical choice is to pick top, because you already know what you're playing into.
Jungle pretending it's top.
I mean, yes, that's also...
Što drugo radi u Azira, šta će Kehude igra? U teoriji može da igra Taliju. Mislim, ovo je generalno dva najjača bot lane-a, tako da dobio si dve najjače stvari, samo je pitanje šta više koja ekipa prioritizira. Znači, ovo je bio čisto, to se zove handshake u kompetitivu, gde ti si uzeo Eza i ti znaš da si im dao Ashe Seraphine, ali oni su također, recimo ovdje Casey mogu da uzme Seraphine i onda su mogli, razumeš, da im, to jest mogo je Casey da uzme Karmu, mogli su da im breakuju, pa onda gledamo Ezreal Seraphine, što je malo čudno. Fine je skroz, matchup je ok s obe strane, Karma Ezreal mnogo zavisi od toga koliko pogode skill shotova, pošto je double range matchup, jako je teško, ali obe ekipe su prošle dobro. Mnogo više ekipe kao globalno preferiraju Ashe Seraphine, jer Ezreal Karma ti daju jaku laning fazu, neverovatan pok i fenomenalan midgame, ali mnogo više opadaju. Ashe u late gameu će raditi trunku više od Eza što se damage-a tiče, ali sa druge strane AD carry bez mobility je relativno jak da uhvatiš on pozicije, tako da zavisi samo da li više cijeniš konkretan damage, ako stojiš i pucaš, ili preživljavanje.
Nocturne is good in dive. If the whole goal is to dive, then Nocturne makes sense. Alternatively, if your goal is to play through side lanes, Nocturne can also be fine. But I find that teams, when you've got Ezreal Karma, I feel like you're already saying we want to play range, we want to play poke, potentially front to back. And I feel like that Nocturne just doesn't complement that unless you've got a top side which does. If you went Camille Galio, if you were going Ambessa, if you're going anything that can follow in and commit to that dive, it's fine. Cassante Rise isn't that. So I do much prefer what KC have drafted. I think that their comp gives them a ton of options. I think Yike will have so many lanes where he can play around. And I think, to be honest, we're on track to see a similar performance with what we've been seeing from KC in their last two series, where they'll find an early lead and they will just pop off in the mid game.
That's what they're so good at doing. Like between the 14 and the 20-minute mark, they just explode the game.
I would say even between
Yeah, they are just dominant. They're just the dominant team. They're incredibly good. Na'Vi snuck by Giant X last week. They were able to pick up that win, putting them into that second spot for now. But as we've talked about, KC 2 series behind Na'Vi. So a win here would start to accelerate them up the table. I know a lot of their fans are looking for the golden split, like undefeated for the entire split.
Evo, upalimo kameru, krenemo da radimo ljudi kako valja. Uzet ću obzir da su krenuli game. Da su krenuli gameovi koji valjaju. Kliknuo sam, umjesto da kliknem dugme da upalim kameru, kliknuo sam dugme se mutujem. Odlično. Dobro, ajmo da gledamo što će ovdje se izdogađa. Mogu da prođem i sve matchupe redom, šta je ideja, ali za sad jako pasivan opener. Xante Rumble je samo najsleeper matchup ikada. Kao što vidite, Rumble ide na first strike da bi dobio malo više golda. Xante s druge strane samo će da tenkuje, verovatno da rašuje neki kajenik i da bude u fazonu, ništa me ne zanima. Oba junglera su level 6 powerhouse-ovi, gdje će verovatno power farmovati, čekaju 6 i na 6. sultom traže play. Midlane je dosta interesantan, Eni koja od 6. levela traži playeve zajedno sa Jajkom, pa Eni i Panton mnogo jak duo. Ryze koji će verovatno da rašuje tiru Merc Boots da proba da preživi early, ako naskila dovoljno outscalovat Eni. I botlane gdje Navi tu ima prednost rano, imat će taj prioritet sa S-karmom, ali dosta opadaju kasnije, tako da vidjet ćemo. Ja mislim da je KC bolja ekipa, ali ovdje su izintali level 2. Tako da je fine. Any Rune Explain. Kad igraš u Giga Range matchupu, najveći value dobijaš od basica tech tradovanja, gdje ako ranaš Electrocute u Ryze-a, jako često će te Ryze rootovati i strčati ti iz W range-a i nećeš moći da prokaš Electrocute. Tako da Electrocute u ovom matchupu je veliki znak pitanja da li ćeš ga prokovati. Yahoo želi čist lane pressure i onda će permanentno samo da trada basic po basic i svaki basic će, skoro svaki basic, jeli će prokovati samo Neri. Jer da bi prokovao Electrocute moraš baciti ili basic u basic, što je najrealnije u tom matchupu, ali opet teško pogoditi, ne primiš više damage-a. Ili da baciš E na sebe. Svako u većini slučaja moraš ući u W range, a u Ryze to neću raditi. Tako da mnogo više value dobiješ bockajući malo po malo sa Eri, nego jednom u 4 trade da prokuješ Electrocute. Vidiš kako igra. Baci basic, baci shield i trade. I Pobi ne može da igra u taj pressure. To je ideja Eri. Ne vidi se često, ali postoji razlog. Gde si ima to? Ja mislim da KC dobija, mislim Navi je neverovatan, ali većinom zašto mislim da je Rileč, samo ne znam šta je slikom, postoje tate igrice, jako lepo igra Rileč. Ali nemam pojma, Nocturne je, brate, šta znam. Treba bi da radi Nocturne Serafi Nash. Sad koliko će raditi, nemam predstave. To ti je recimo kao, sam na streamu nekad radio, to je interesantno. Recimo kad igraš lupam Eniju Kasadina, počeš sa Kalom. Ili Ariju Kasadina počeš sa Kalom. Nešto što nikad ne bi radio, ali specifično u tome matchupu ima smisla, jer ćeš ga više poukovati s basicima nego sa spelovima. Bonus sada i bonus sustain ti pomaže u tome, a bonus Kal Gold ti samo daje brži scale da možeš da mu pariraš kroz plate-ove, kroz scale, da budeš dovoljno ahead, da on recimo kad hita level 11 i dalje budeš mnogo jači od njega. Tako da postoje neke niš stvari koje ne vidiš toliko često, ali kao matematički baš imaju smisla. To su nijanse, neće to promeniti game, ali nije loša ideja, jeli. Tako da eto, recimo Kal u Kasadina je jako dobar start veoma često. Kasadina ne može da igra u to. Ovdje bi recimo prokova Electrocute, ali to se događa jednom u X. Najbolji AD carry, pa Ezreal Ash. Ali sad je bukvalno meta pairing botlane-a. Ezreal je giga dobar sa Karmom. Ashe je giga dobar sa Seraphine. Corki je giga dobar sa Nami. Caitlyn ajde tu i tamo može svugde, ali Caitlyn Bard je verovatno ono što najčešće vidimo. Tako da nekako svaki AD carry ima svoj par i čini mi se kao da nekako u ovoj meti se baš forsira da AD carry ide sa svojim supportom s kojim dolazi u pairingu.
Well, he comes out at the 5:30 mark for his Grump, right? So if he gets the smite onto it, he'll have another. If he takes it down after, I think it's 5:20, he'll have another treat, which means his smite goes down to 20 stacks instead of 21 stacks. And then he can contest the Scuttle Crab, but it's top
funny
side.
watching the junglers both ping exactly where the other one is.
Yeah.
Kolmak startovo na Raizo Kasadina Disord u Kalotir. To je isto fajn. To je isto fajn. Rise. Okej, mislim, ja kažem, ja startam Kal jer sam u fazonu svako sad ne možete ispoka iz lane-a. Sam di ćemo dobiti batine. Evo ga šta je Little Tempo, kažem. Ezreal je super da otvori malo da brsta, da puka, ali čim se produži fight, Ezreal samo hard gubio dash. I to je ono što vidimo jako često. Ono, S-Karma bockaju, ali kad krene all-in, teška priča. Podsjetite, moram da ispišem nešto bitno.
Poby trying to walk across Yahoo here. Shroud of Darkness from Relech, but now he's going to get stunned up immediately afterwards. Mainta trying to come down from the top side. Fear down onto Yike as he uses the Aegis Soul into the flash. Realm Warp for the chase. Relech is low. He'll go onto the other side of Yahoo, who's been abandoned by his mid laner. And Relech survives with a sliver of HP. Needs Mainta to bodyguard him up towards this. Will he? A couple of the honey boots. Yike can still look for the contest. Doesn't have flash.
Ok, to smo završili. Zajec, ma lagano, to je... To je lagano, vred. Mislim, to su, kažem, neke nijanse koje realno ne prave toliko veliku razliku, osim na baš najvećem nivou, gde te nijanse u stvari se primete. Tako se igra, mato, taj matchup, to je normalno. Mislim, nije baš najnormalnije da startaš Disord, ali Kalu tier start je sasvim normalno, tako se igra matchup. Imao sam ja nekoliko gameova u Kasadina na streamu isto, gde startujem Kal. Imao sam Eni i imao sam Ari matchup u Kasadina. Isto se odigralo, nema šta. Sa Eni, bukvalno shield basic su mi konstantno tradeovi. Shieldam sebe, basicujem ga, shieldam sebe, basicujem ga. On baci Q, ja mu obzorom Q, popije basic. I ono, u 10 minuta, lik je level 6, ima 50 kripova manje, ja sam uzeo 3 plate-a. I onda je fora što do levela 6, on pošto nema farm, jer sam ga ispokovo, ima Ruby Crystal, Sapphire Crystal, a ja imam ono, Lost Chapter recimo ili šta god. I kao baš nije ni bliže, onda baš mogu da ga bolijem. Tako da, to ti je, mislim, tako se igra Kasadin matchup. To je ono što kažem, znaš. Isto kao što ovdje, recimo, eto, Kehu je uzeo Eri u Rise, radi mu jako dobro. Electricu, da, kao radi damage u burstu, super, ali... Pitanje je koliko bi ga u ovih 8 minuta, ja da sam vidio 2 puta imao proc Electricuta. A da ne pretera, mislim da je Eri prokovo jedno 20 puta. Kao bukvalno 10 puta više je prokovo Eri, a Electricute ne radi 10 puta više damage. Amazing, Kasadin je slab. Ko se sjeća, i to nije novo, i Kal start nije novo, mislim. Ko se sjeća nekada davno, kada su se igrali Janivija i Kasadin dosta Frogen, recimo, kad su se rune pravile, da si ti kupovao rune pa si stavio rune koje hoćeš, a Frogen je igrao Janiviju sa AD runama. Igrao je jednu crit, sve ostalo AD, i onda je i onda je bukvalno samo isto igrao na basike. To je strat star 16 godina. Bukvalno sezona 1. Ovo je prekasno za Pantheona. Mada mislim će dobiti kill svejedno, Rilage bi trebao da padne. Nije prokova je Fear. Shadow. Lep flash. Ovo je moglo se završi jako loše. Pola sekunde kasnije da je flashovo, bio je mrtav. Tako da kažem, mislim, to su stare strategije, samo se adaptiraju sa vremenom. Tad si imao rune, sad imaš Kal. Ali ona... Što lepo slušati nekog ko zna o čemu pričam. Milane, hvala ti, hvala ti. Od čega zavisi Eri damage? Mislim, Eri ti ima jako mali AP scaling, ako se ne varam, ali Eri samo manje više flat damage. Nemaš ti načina da ti Eri damage bude wow. Poenta Eri je samo da konstantno bocka. Znači, to je sve. Sad, ako me pitaš od čega zavisi Eri DPS, od distance tebe i protivnika. Jer poenta je što cooldown eri zavisi od toga koliko dugo treba da se eri vrati do tebe. I onda recimo postoje određeni matchupi, eto sad se bacamo ono u vintage LoL, ali postoje određene stvari kao recimo eri singed, jer singed ima mnogo mali cooldown eri pošto je konstantno u melee range. A kako eri radi? Ti kad baciš, pogodiš nekog s basicom, eri odleti do protivnika i onda polako vraća se nazad ka tebi. Kad se vrati do tebe, onda ti se eri vratila s cooldowna i onda tvoj sljedeći basic opet sljedeći damage apply eri. I onda recimo Singe, to je bilo dosta interesantno, kad ti uleti u facu eri, bukvalno samo skače među tebi protivnika. Ima mnogo eri damage-a. Mislim da mi to u observer modu čak i ne vidimo kada eri petuje nazad, ne vidimo. Evo, vidimo. Više ako se vraća, ka Yahoo. A mnogo brže se vraća, to jest mnogo brže ide nego što se vraća, ali... Evo vidite sad kako se vraća, sad je kod Tibersa, sad je kod Kripova, evo eri, vraća se. I sad je tek došla do Eni. Painter je fajne, mislim. Da, tako da eto, to je fora sa eri. Imaš veći DPS, ali kažem, ti ne uzimaš eri zbog DPS-a, ti uzimaš eri zbog konstantnog pouka. I to pogotovo dobro koriste heroji koji imaju i shield i damage, kao što je recimo Karma ponekad na botu, na primjer. Jana, Lulu, šta god. Soraka, recimo. Healovi, shieldovi i damage prokuju eri. Lolix? Gle, ja bi tu sigurno izgubio. Brate, radim LoL 17 godina, to jest, u LoLu sam 17 godina, nemaš šanse da znam sve igrače 17 godina unazad. Imam igrače koji su mi omiljeni, koje sam gotivio, ali... Ali kao da ja znam sad redom, roster stari, KT i to, nema šanse. Bukvalno nema šanse. To bi FFO pre nego što bi krenuo, bukvalno. Mada mislim, dobro, to je više onako moja stvar. Ja generalno u cijeloj moje karijeri LoL i sve to, ja sam mnogo više prisutan u trenutku nego što sam neki novinar ili neki istoričar. Mislim istoričar. Da stvari koje su meni gotivne. Meni su gotivne pa ih zato pamtim, a ne pamtim ih da bi ih pamtio. To je poenta. Arus in Paris. Ne ovako. As the arrow does connect onto Paris, the Pantheon was ready and waiting. 4 members descend the skies, and Casey finally get their name on the board.
You know, sometimes you have that shower thought of like the thing I should have said in the argument that I didn't say. Right. Had that immediately after I said that. Paris in Paris has perished is so much better. True. So much better. Well, and that moment deserved it from Casey. You've missed it now. I've missed it. It's done. I can't use it again. No.
Samdi će imati... Ok, razumem. Znači oni ti daju kao igrača i ti daš jednog saigrača, i čekaj, šta onda? Kako onda? Jer onda ti sledeći, na primjer sad lupam, ali kao ti kolaš, ne znam, Kapsa, ja kolam Perksa i onda ti kolaš Perksovog saigrača. Ili je fora da kao jedan nabraja dok... Ok, znači igra jedan pa drugi pa jedan pa drugi pa jedan pa drugi. A koliko su pouzdane informacije? Mislim kao, jel znaju da je Perks igrao Gramnu Balkan ligu? Pa to je fun, iskreno. Što mi Inter ovako bije Kanu, brate, Kana se malo raspada, iskreno, ću vas lagati.
wonder if the double Amtone was just a spike damage, because double Amtone doesn't build into...
Izazvao ti 1-1. Kakav Megdan, čoveč. Se osjećao McCree kad baca ulti. Kapiram si igra Overwatch. Any CDR Boots Malignance i onda Protobelt realno. Mislim da je to samo optimalan build na svakom mid lane. Možda bi Ryze mogao da kupi Protobelt čisto da se iznenadi. Realno što da ne, što da ne. Neko iz ova sam ih navedeš. Kažu li? A, kapiram, a to ima smisla, to baš moraš znaš. Ali mislim, realno kapiram da ljudi i čituju, brate. Šta sprečava nekog da samo uzme, otvori na drugom... Otvori tab na drugom monitoru i samo gleda. Ne znam, ja ne bi verovao da random ima te informacije, iskreno. Minter je samo prejak. Mada ovo je fajn za Casey. Još će Kalist ubiti Mintera ovdje. Ghostova, ima Flash, razvio je Little Tempo, ima Kraken. Mislim da ga ne ubija možda. Ok, dobro, nice. U ranked modu nema alt-tabovanja. A možeš na telefonu da budeš, mislim, ne znam koliko ima vremena da pogodiš, ali kao... Ljudi će uvek naći način da varaju. Sedim pored Klare, kažem Klari ime igrača, ona mi googla za 5 sekundi i kaže mi... Ono, čita za mene, razumeš?
Great target focus from Yikes to try and lock down Paris. With the arrival of Busio, it's a 2v2. We have to go back to live because the action's going to kick off.
Paranoia. Everybody's coming to get you, and Relech immediately regrets his decision. He flashes out, and Kana just flash follows him. That was diabolical from the Nocturne.
We've reached the point in the game where the Nocturne is doing Nocturne things. There's no follow-up. How is this Nocturne supposed to function if all he's going to do is dive in and die? Casey have completely swung the momentum. The second dragon of the game will be theirs. And Casey now fully in the driver's seat.
1,000 gold lead for the men in red here.
Da, to jeste, mato. To je definitivno. Pobije fajn. Da ga je pogodio harpunom, onda bi vjerojatno mogao da uradi nešto. Ovako malo teška priča. A kako misliš Švarp? Mislim, kao broj gameova? Pa ne znam. Mislim, ne znam da li je bitno. Ako nam resetuju MMR, tebi win rate ništa ne znači, zar ne? Nebitno da li imaš 49 ili 70% win rate, isto ti je. Mislim, MMR ti se resetuje pa ti se resetuje, tako da to je onda samo broj. To je fora.
I guess there's the argument you use paranoia as distraction tactics. Not needed this time, he just dives in and down goes Yahoo.
I think this is the way you now have to play. You play two sides, you look...
Ja na Ari imam tipa... Brate, nešto ne znam se ću pogledam. Mislim da imam tipa... Imam puno partija. Ali imam baš dobar win rate. Imam 10 partija, 9 winova. 8-5 KDA. Imam samo jednu izgubljenu na Ari. Nema puno gameova, ali da. Ovo je nešto što mi je bolje. Mislim je to najveći win rate. Mada na baš malo partija, tako da ono. Ezreal 60% win rate-a na 63 partije, to je poprilično decent.
A Rumble and an Annie aren't going to be enough to really stop him. He's going to have a lot of HP. The Actualizer should just help him in terms of damage. But in terms of a straight up front to back, like if Annie flashes on Ezreal, like who cares about your scaling?
He's got cleanse.
Sure.
Mikhail's not used by Paris before the arrow finds its mark, but he is just able to walk away. And Chad of Crystal Arrow out.
That was an example of not even a full commitment, right? So there's the pick potential on KC is very real. So I think that, like, yeah, there's scaling elements on both sides, but like they kind of scale in different ways.
I get that.
Because the argument as well is, how easy is it for KC to break through Mengta as a frontline?
That is a good question.
You could argue that it's quite easy because they've got 4 damage threats. But
you could argue it's quite hard because he's got Kanik Rukan and he's ahead.
Also true.
Only by 40 gold now. Like, it's nothing substantial. Oh, Rifto charge in. Yike leading the way. Looks to get through sound. He does get the knock up on him well. Focus on not quite. Gonna get the Ruben is here. Equalizer down on Paris and Poby. Mengta still looking for a bit more of a chase, but Yike able to get out with the blast cone. In the end, the tower still stands in mid lane, but they do get the TP out, so KC will be happy with that exchange. Busio. Ooh, beat drop just wide, a clip in Paris. Grand Starfall coming in as well.
Arus je verovatno mrtav, da, bro, kako Kalis lepo igra, pogledaj ga, molim ti. Pogledaj ga, molim ti, ja bih rekao skriptuje 100%, baš lepo igra. Sa Ghostom također, ja vam kažem, znači KC ako ne troluje najbolja ekipa u lecu. Kana je malo grifovo iskreno, neću vas lagati, Kana je malo grifovo i prvi game. Ali to je fine, mislim da to dobro i dalje.
Very much in the driver's seat, finding picks across the map. I'm gonna look back at Paris just in an awkward position here.
It's poor positioning from Paris.
He's trying to contest the wards. The rest of KC ready to collapse. Sam B then gets dived underneath this tower. Kalist with fantastic damage. The movement speed that he gets from the Ghost as well, making it very difficult for Sam D to escape.
And now a 2k gold lead for KC. 800 lead for Yike, 600 for Kalist, who's at 2.5 items. Like Samdi, if he gets time to poke and prod at you, can do a lot of work, but it's going to be hard for him to have that time in fights. Casey's shown their pincer movements, very solid. Double control ward and a normal ward here from KC, just to make sure they had control of that bush. Drake up in 11 seconds time. KC wants it. We saw point for them as Mengta steps forward.
Test mid, nice. Da, jeste. A ljudi će uvijek naći način da varaju. Ček samo vidim što se događa, Kiku je živ. 1-0 KC. 1-0 KC. Ovo je samo fight koji je, da, ovdje je kraj samo. Ovdje je samo kraj. Rileč je waste-ovo flash. Mislim i da ubije Kjahu ovdje nije bitno, iskreno. Apsolutno nije bitno da će ga ubiti. Bacio je flash na Nocturnu, dubi Eni, mrtav je sad je odložio death timer. Ovi realno mogu uzmu Drakea, mogu da uzmu i Barona, ne moraju, dovoljno su ahead, tako da ovo je sad samo kraj partije. Nema tu šta.
They stand strong in the face of the engage from Na'Vi. They pick them apart one by one. And KC, after securing an ace, put themselves on soul point.
And it's all fallen apart for Na'Vi. KC in perfect position to close this game out. The Hex Optics complete on Kalist. Kana, the Seekers will soon be Azonias. And you saw how quickly he just melted through the backline of Na'Vi. It comes down to compositional disadvantages, as you say, Betty. Relech going in and like Paris, Samdi, and just standing there like, guys, it would be nice if we have a little bit of backup. KC going to start up the Baron though. Kana will burn this pretty quickly.
Sad ću ti reći.
Begins to poke and prod his head in. Poby has to move across as how the realm also has TP.
KC, samo da ja iskopam, pobedili su Vitality već, pobedili su Vitality, Heretic i SK. I sad ako pobede Navi, pobedili su obe ekipe koje su iznad njih na tabeli. I to su ih relativno ubedljivo dobili. Ne, Casey, kažem ti, znači, ono kao bez fanbojevanja ili šta god, ali imaju najbolji roster. Apsolutno imaju najbolji roster u LEC-u. G2 se raspada, G2 je, brate, 3-2. Casey nakon ovog 4-0. Ako pobede. Dobar još. Dobar Ero. Pogodio je Xantea do duše. On ima Guardian, sad dolazi konjica. Užasan Rumble ult. Mogu je da ubije pobije s ovim ultom. Ez ult useless. Jajk bi trebao da preživi jer ima Serafin. Hecu. Mislim, G2 je izgubio 2 partije da je Scuman igrao svoje heroje. Znači, igrao je Skarner i jedan game, brat se pogubio ko da ga ja igram. Znači, baš je loše bilo. Ali evo, ubili su i junglera, sad bi trebali su skroz okej.
No enemy jungle smite to threaten the steal. KC, 26 minutes in, already looking to be put in a position to close this game out.
Dobro ult ako ništa, ali... Da, mislim, kažem, mislim da su ove sezone baš presmurfovali u transfer periodu. A ja nekako, mislim... Gle, ja nemam ništa lično protiv nijedne ekipe koja trenutno igra bilo koju regionalnu ligu. Tako da, meni je kinda svejedno ko dobija. Ali ja navijam da ekipa koja uradi bolje poteze u transfer periodu pobeđuje. Jer ja navijam da, recimo, ekipa, menadžer koji dovede Oskarinina zaslužuje da mu ekipa završi na 10. mestu. Znači, straight up. Znaš, ako nisu sposobni da naprave G2, koji holda igrače, koji stvarno mislim da nisu toliko dobri, či realno sad i Bibi više nije najbolji top laner. Scuman je dobar jungler na 6 junglera, 5 junglera, šta god. Šta god drugo da igrao raspose. Labrov, giga flip, što je fajn za midrange ekipu. Ali, brate, za ekipu koja treba da bude G2, koja treba da bude najjača u Evropi, ti trebaš da imaš Busija. Trebaš da imaš Busija i Inspireda. U transfer periodu, Inspired je rekao da hoće da igra u G2. Busio je bio free agent. Da je G2 sam uzeo nakon Inspired Cups Han sama Busio. Vidi, Worlds roster. Ne da vinaš Evropu, da vinaš Worlds. Ako će Evropa imati šanse na Worldsu, to je s tim igračima. Straight up. Ok, probali su uzmu Kalista, Casey ne da, u redu šta god. Ali vidi. Tako da... Ja navijam za bolje menadžere jer mislim da dobar team building treba biti nagrađen. Sol je za 10 sekundi, ovo je vjerojatno zadnji fight, ako ovdje izgube, oni su samo Doom, izgubit će Sol. Pantheon ulti je omašio, way off, Serafin ulti konektuje, ali sam da ima cleanse, mislim da ovdje Xante verovatno samo pretopljen, Tibers je bačeno prazno, nije ni bitno. Mislim da veća je šansa da dobijemo Ofka Beograd esports, kako je krenulo. Tako da tu kad budem postao general manager, zvaću te da rešavamo nešto. O! Sandi ih je odradio na majmuna. Sandi ih je odradio na babuna. Sandi ih je odradio, ljudi moji, a joj šta uradi. Oni su izgubili Soul, zašto je Ezreal blind steal? Ovo mislim da je blind steal, ovo što je najcrnije od sve. Mislim i dalje Casey je dosta jači u fajtu, ali nego što su otrali Jajka, slažem se. Jajk je isto bio mnogo dobar. Mislim, Vaj mu je bila loša na International, to je jedini heroj koji mu je bio loš. Pogledaj ovo, brate. Pogledajte Ezreala koji igra sam, ovo ko moji soloki da gledate. To je play.
Unless they're building a comp around it, because I've seen this too many times now where they pick it for the matchup, it's good, it gets you an early lead, but then it does this.
Ne, ja iskreno Mato, mislim, sad ovo i ono unofficially, ja pojma nemam šta se događalo iza scene, brate. To je, samo ja želim što toga tiče, eto se oglasim, ja pojma nemam. Mislim, ja sam znao kuda to ide još kad sam ja bio tamo, okej, samo je bilo pitanje vremena. Ali ne znam sad tačno šta se izdogađalo, mislim, nemam pojem. To je već ono, nešto interno što nije baš radilo kako treba.
Like, when gold means less, obviously, it then just comes down to execution. Yeah. The problem is that the comp from Na'Vi doesn't really get any easier to execute. What we've been seeing is what we'll continue to see.
I think KC have found it easier to execute them over the last few fights.
The question ultimately becomes, what can Poby do? Like, those items are enough to one-shot an Ashe, but can he get in position to do so, especially when she has all of her summoner spells up?
Bliss has been playing really well this game as well. Obviously feeding off the energy here in Les Arena. And we will see if Na'Vi can find a way back into the game. Baron up in a minute's time. KC with a 7,500 gold lead. Their bot lane unkilled so far. Yehu has borne the brunt of Na'Vi's aggression. 0-5-8. He has, I don't know what, 60% of his team's killed. 5 out of 8, it's about 60%. It's not really his doing. You know, it's just been he's the one that gets.
Ne ovako, da li je Klis najbolji carry u Europi? Mislim da jeste, ali mislim da je AD carry verovatno rol koji je najbliži. Da tu nemaš nužno kao ono lupan Kaliste miljama ispred svih ostalih. Znači. Mislim da ti kad pogledaš ono Jopa koji je 9. ili koji je već u lecu je jako, jako dobar, nabadač je. Znaš, a kad gledaš ono 9. top laner nije baš toliko blizu. Tako da mislim da je AD carry, mislim i upset nije loš. Stvarno nije loš, mislim. Kogod ja upseta lično ne gotivim. Ali mislim da je okej, skoro nema to šta. Sam di igra isto lepo. Super, najbolji AD carry na svetu ikada. Kana malo ne znam gde puca ovaj equalizer, neću vas lagati, ovo je decent ult. Ima slow, Pobi je dobio jako dobar flank, ovdje je jako zaintovo Kalist. Ovdje je Kalist zaintovo životno, šta rade oni ovdje? Oni moraju da ga stanuju nekako, nisu ga stanovali. KC, giga loš fight. Raito. Mislim, ne znam. Krivo mi je što Lupus ne škrimoje. Mislim, to je ono kao, ulaze u EBL s 0 praktisa. Nekako mi je malo neverovatno. Malo mi je čudno i ne mogu da shvatim da naši igrači, kao kad kažem naši, mislim na ceo Balkan. Znači imamo ligu koja nas vodi direktno u ono što je nekada bio Challenger Series i da naši igrači nisu motivisani da probaju da igraju. To ne razumem. Svi su u fazonu, pa oni imaju bolje uslove, pa šta? Bro, ja sam igrao za miš i tastaturu pa sam se znojio kod da mi je posljednji u životu. Šta ako ima bolje uslove? Odi na EMEU, pokaži se kao dobar igrač, dobar poj završi u lecu. Ne znam, meni je ceo taj, ono, ulazimo mlako u ligu, brate, da igraš ono portugalsku ligu, nebitno je. Ako ti preko EBL-a možeš otići na EMEA Master, ne postoji ništa drugo, znači ako već igraš broj igre. Znaš, mislim, to je neko deo koji ne razumijem, jer opet kažem, mislim, ja sam... Ono, ja sam baš igrao u tom vremenu kada je razlika između mene i ono, mog protivnika bilo nebo i zemlja. Mislim, ja sam vam pričao. Ja dolazim na LAN avionom koji sam rezervisao 6 mjeseci ranije da bi me jeftinije izašlo. Ekipa Cloud9 dolazi u autobusu, brate. Ja spavam na podu, razumeš? Oni su u hotelu s 5 zvijezda. Znam, kuko, oni su bolji. Ne, brate, ja sam došao da igram. Skrimovali smo ko ludi, vežbali smo ko ludi, dali smo sve od sebe. Nekad je bilo dovoljno, nekad nije bilo dovoljno. Znaš, i neverovatno mi je da kao nemaš ono 30 igrača koji su spremni da ono daju sve od sebe da budu najbolji. Pa mislim, ne znam, ali kažem, ja to ne razumem. Ja to baš ne razumem. Jer kao uvek je bila razlika između, ono... I dogodi se, pobije, razumete, mislim. I on kriv. A onda Jajk pogodi Q preko pola mape. Pa kao... Jeste, mislim, to stoji, Mato, znaš, ali cijela ta priča kao, znaš, oni imaju bolje uslove. Bro, Fnatic imaju jednog coacha u LEC-u. Mislim, nisu bili dobri, ali kapirate pojentu. Ne znam, stvarno nemam pojem. Čudno mi je to, baš mi je čudno, iskreno. Lui bubile! E se ko lepše miriše. Vratno mi. Throwing himself into the fire quite literally. The gold will matter less and less the longer this game goes on. You can see almost full builds. Like you've got a Verdant in ne znam. Tu se niko želju, svi su, pa da, ali ne znam. Znaš, i kad uhvatiš neke klince da igraju, opet... Nemam pojma. It's the first time we've really seen KC challenge since that Vitality series in week 1. Oh, absolutely. Because that was the question, right? Was it their performances was due to the competition they were against? Meni je to sve onako tužno i teško mi je za shvatiti. O, Bobby. Decent ult, pojma nemam šta radi Pantheon tamo, ali Pantheon ima GA, Jajk je fajn da umre ovdje. True-shot barrage doesn't really find its mark as Kalist begins to step forward. Poby almost gets in range for a Rune Prison TP behind by Mainta. KC now need to walk out through the mid lane. Mainta's going to try and collapse on them. A pin, some movement, some damage on Squillis. He opens up into a ledge. There's the GA. Dives onto the backline. Encore onto Mainta, and now Mainta is just done for. Kana once again becomes the distraction. He'll go down, but as Poby steps up, he's immediately sent to the fountain. KC with 4 alive and only Samdi here to try and defend. Na'Vi down. Lep. Očekivano. Navi, a može, ali ja mislim da je iskreno mislim da je samo bolji. Kao, legitimno mislim u ovaj game ne, očigledno, ali u seriju mogu da se vrate, ali mislim da je Casey samo mnogo bolji. Mislim da čak i da Navi dobije game broj 2, Casey dobije game broj 3. Mada ne verujem, mislim, Kana je malo grifovo, ali ako ne bude Casey izintovao full, pogotovo Kana koji je malo sporiji danas, ja mislim da je Casey skroz lagan u ovoj seriji, najiskrenije. Lepo su napravili Let's Road Trip, iskreno. Lepo su ga napravili. Ništa, pauzica, 10 minuta, ću da ne stanem, vraćam se brzo. Nakon pauze smo tu pa ćemo da uživamo u potencijalno finalnoj partiji dana.
I mean, they got a bit punished for overstepping for sure in Casey's home. I think Casey just looks so strong. The fact that they just come in here and deliver despite that early game, they look so composed throughout that entire game.
It's around the map, it's on the micro game as well. I feel like Navi were throwing punches, but it was just never enough.
Yeah, I think it was absolutely incredible. The way that they were able to cover so many of the different bases that were thrown at them. Like Navi were attempting whatever they could to get control over this game, but they shadowed well. They prevented the Nocturne from being able to do what it wanted to. And again, like, I think Yike just incredible in this game. And overall, incredible performance from Casey.
And we knew it was going to be about the junglers and what Relech, sorry, I was about to say Mentor. What Relech was going to be about to do here, because it mostly been a game around him, but when you step in Yike's territory, you remember what this guy's about.
I mean, I just hate this Nocturne pick that he locked himself. I feel like he was not set up for success in the draft, okay? Because something that Vedi has been saying a lot, and I really agree with, is that Nocturne is a dive champion. And despite him finding these early skirmishes, if you look at every single team fight where he went in, he was completely isolated. The only one that can dive with him in that comp is the Rise. If Rise sends an Uber taxi delivery into the backline, sure, you have some backup, but I feel like Relech, he was just a man on a solo mission in all the fights, and I kind of wish we saw more.
Yeah, I really wish we had. Like, it was absolutely insane. The fact that he was able to control so much of this early stage was absolutely fantastic. And it really did kind of at least give Navi some foothold into the early stages here. But it really did start to fall apart then as it went on, where they just couldn't find that same success then.
We have a special guest joining us, actually.
Come, sir.
Which is something that I forgot about, but it's great. Oh, man, Prime, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Comment ça va? How are you doing?
I feel good.
Yeah?
We won game one.
Yeah.
It was very entertaining game.
What was your take on this game?
I mean, you can tell that all 10 players are very good, just because they're outplaying each other in macro and in team fights. So it's very entertaining.
I mean, talk to me, because now we have you on the desk here. Busio's Seraphine.
Yes.
How do you rate it, and what does he do that is so magical?
I mean, he always finds the perfect timing CC, always saving people and clutching. He's clutching on every champ, basically, so it's very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I feel like the way Busio plays Seraphine, he just makes the champion looks like a Lee Sin to the insects people. Like the playmaking he performs on that champion, I've never seen it before.
I think it's also just the combo of the Ashe Seraphine. Like already KC are very good at getting early vision and making sure that they're able to play around that. The fact that then you have the Ashe that can also facilitate that as well. Like it just feels like they know what's happening the entire time against their opponents and then how they want to try and play against it. It's obnoxious to try and deal with.
I love the approach that both teams had here coming into this series. And Prime, something that I wanted to ask you, we knew the potential that this roster had. We've been talking about this all year, the fact that Busio is supposed to be the support that's going to bring Kalis to the next level. Yehu is supposed to be an upgrade. Kana is supposed to peak on his final form. Do you feel like we're reaching that potential that was promised with this roster?
And for sure we're reaching it. They've been very hard to beat. And even this game, for me, it looked very hard because Merc's value was through the roof.
Yeah.
Kled's value was insane also. And both losing matchup, and in the end, Khalid and Busio, they always managed to be fine in lane. Always, no matter the matchup. And even this one, they were ahead. And I feel like this is very rare in Europe. It's very impressive.
But the thing is, I don't even feel like this is the final form for KC in a lot of ways. Because when I looked at Busio over in FlyQuest, the most impressive part to me was his roaming. Like how he was able to move around the map, how he was able to dictate the early stage, and then open up for Inspired to kind of just farm out, and it was Busio nearly acting as the secondary jungler. This isn't the meta for that. So I feel like even as we start to drift in towards, you know, more of those engaged supports, and suddenly that becomes much more of the way KC have to play, I feel like they can adapt as well. I feel like Busio has been the final piece of the puzzle for KC to elevate what was a great team to like top tier, like taking on these titles and taking them away from people.
I mean, I fully agree, and I think one of the qualities that you see in every single top tier team is that when one person has an off game, or if even two people has an off game, the other three step up to carry that game. I think for me, this game, Kana was struggling top a little bit from the early fights. I think Yehu has some rough fights as well, but the fact that Yike and the bot lane just stepped up and put them on their back this game and allowed them to get back into the game and allowed them to find these clutch 5v5 team fights is just so impressive. And this is a quality you see in every really good team.
we prefaced the top lane matchup earlier. How did that one go?
I mean, look, we said that main team would be hungry coming in for this series because he has obviously been in KC for a long time, and I think he delivered. I think the fact that he played the Cassante into Kana's Rumble and did as well as he did, like pushing him really far, finding those early fights, I think that's commendable. And I feel like he was really trying to 1v9 this game as hard as he could, but on a champion like Cassante, it is not that easy, especially against long-range comp that KC had.
I mean, for sure, we can all agree that that Kana Rumble is one of his best champs.
Yeah.
And I feel like Bainter is one of the greatest in this Cassante Rumble matchup. He's very consistent, always winning both sides. And I mean, he has a very big client against him, and he managed to do it. So I think Bainter is slowly reaching the top of Europe.
We see Bainter peeking through the blue wall, trying to reach that, trying to show what he's made of. We've talked about the fact that he had a lot of things to prove here today, especially against his former structure, the fact that he couldn't reach the LEC with KC, having Kana on the other side. As someone who knows Bainter, what do you think of his progress and success so far at Navi and in the LEC?
I mean, Bainter is mainly known to be very consistent, stable, never losing lane, but never winning too hard. And I feel like he has been improving so much that he can win Cassante Rumble matchup against Kana. So I think he's doing a really great job.
I mean, I'm just waiting to see him go to the next level, because I know he's also quite good on the carries. We haven't really seen it in the sea. It's been a lot of Cassante, a lot of Science so far. A little bit of Ambessa sprinkled in there, but I want to see him kind of develop alongside Roulette, because right now it's all about Roulette, and he's kind of forced to play this a little bit low econ, low resource heavy top laners, and I want to see if they can also evolve and play both styles as well. Roulette plays for Mainter more, because I think he has it in him, but I'm not sure they're executing on it right now.
Now, moving on to the next game, we saw that it is going to take a lot to take down KC. They look gigantic right now, and especially here at Evry in front of their audience. What is it going to take? What do we want to see here next game, Dagda?
Well, I do feel like KC got a lot of their comfort picks, right? Like Ashe, Seraphine has been incredibly strong for them. Pantheon and Yeti controlling the map has been very good, and we talk about Kana's Rumble to Kingdom Come. So I feel like taking these away at least gives you a chance to try and open up a bit more. I'd rather see Roulette going back towards something that's a little bit more fighty in the jungle, like maybe even take away the Xin Zhao, have strong lanes that you can try and play through, because I feel like that was a big part that was lacking here. Sam D and Paris had already fallen behind in the bottom side. The mid lane, you couldn't get control against the Annie, and that already takes all of the wind out of the sails of the Navi lineup.
So what I hear is draft prio lanes and maybe let Roulette shine, which is surprise what Navi has been good at so far. Do you agree, Prime?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he should try to get his comfort pick. I feel like he's shining the most on Aatrox and Zayn, so I hope he will pick it this game.
Let's see if we can make it happen. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure having you on the desk. We'll be tossing to a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for game 2, KC versus Navi.
Hello guys. What's up? Oh. Aura, it was so fun, bro.
We'll look it up, guys. We'll look it up.
Okay, no flash.
Yeah, I can help you. Let's see will come, okay?
Yeah. Doctor was all flash, no flash. We can win.
TP. Yeah, I'm not moving.
Nice.
He's alone. Cassante.
Okay. Don't turn here.
What do you mean?
Slow. As you're on the side.
Burn to ash.
No way!
It's fine, guys. It's fine.
No cleanse. Nice arrow.
Nice f***ing Khalid!
My bad. Life.
What's wrong with me today?
I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe cause I'm the crushing.
Whoops. Wrong word.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat bass, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us.
Playing for like KCB was good, and playing right now against KC feels like I'm playing against my old team, even so I was never in KC. But feels good. I'm pretty sure it will be a hype match for me, and I felt like when I was playing in Paris before, I felt like it's my home. I was not there for 6 months or 7, but still feels like it's my second, third home. To be honest, my biggest transformation was when I was in KCB. I learned a lot and I changed like a person. Now it's more just new teammates, new coaches. I mean, one coach. And the moment I was on the same page with them, I just working in the same way like I did in KCB. Same routine, so yeah, I didn't change much. It's just little adaptation at the start and then it's fine.
Yeah, of course, The Rock and Mainta having some time in KCB. I know there were a lot of KC fans who were pretty disappointed that especially The Rock got let go and went over to Na'Vi and now is developed a great project over at Na'Vi. So we'll see if Na'Vi can give KC their first losses.
Well, what's not about great? The Rock, though? Pick a Nocturne in that draft.
Okay, sure. I thought you were going to say you can always smell what he's cooking.
No. Because whatever he cooked last game, I didn't like it.
It's true.
I think that Na'Vi demonstrated that they can build early leads. They've got a great head on their shoulders. I think they've got a good group of players.
Yeah, agreed.
But I think they just needed better tools to really come to the the playground and fight is what my brain said, but you don't usually go to playgrounds to fight.
Yeah,
so.
and with tools as well. We're prepared, okay? My kid is going with a sledgehammer, and I will not be told otherwise.
Right. Well, let's think more about draft for game 2.
Sure.
Naturally, we're expecting Relech to be on some kind of carry.
Yeah, Aatrox the hen.
Yes, that is our anticipation. And the thing I love to reference back to is last split in Versus, when we were in playoffs, the way Koi shut them down was by targeting Relech specifically.
Sure.
Taking away his Sehen, banning away Ambessa, banning away Aatrox, and actually really limiting what options he had in the jungle. So we'll see whether KC chooses to take that approach. But I will say that in the current meta, when it feels like range sports have to be banned away, when it feels like Ryze, Orianna, well, Ryze is already gone, of course.
Orianna still.
But yeah, Orianna's still open. Bard, Caitlyn, Lulu, Yunara, Varus, Vi. Like, there's still a lot of champions that are still open.
True.
So I feel like Relech will be able to get himself a carry. The question is,
which one?
What do they then build around it, and which one does he prioritize?
And how, as you say, what support are you picking that? Because we've already lost Seraphine and Karma. Are you looking forward to something like a Nami to try and buff him up? A Lulu obviously works well in those situations as well. Lulu with a carry jungler can do a lot of work as we're getting into draft for game 4 of the day. Game 2 of the series between KC and Na'Vi. KC trying to continue their undefeated streak. Have yet to lose a series here in LEC Spring. Have only played 3 of them, so not as mammoth a task as, you know, Vitality. It's 6-1 already qualified for playoffs, but KC were at the mercy of the scheduling. With them playing 3 series this week, having a week off, and then 3 series in Madrid at that roadshow. Let's get into the draft. Orianna, Aatrox taken away by KC. Nautilus and Jarvan removed by Na'Vi.
Okay, so that Vi is still open. The Bard, I think, is an important one to consider. We don't really see Lulu bans, but at this point, like, I think Kalist's Yunara is something you have to...
I evo nas ljudi moji u gemu broj 2 ove druge serije Na'Vija i KC-a. KC je bio poprilično dobar u prvom gemu do duše. Imao je i Na'Vi svoje trenutke, vidjet ćemo da li će uspjeti da zatvori KC seriju, ili ipak idemo u game broj 3. Što se banova tiče, Bard eventualno da ukloni hit combo. Horki Nami sad postaje verovatno najjači pairing, a vidimo ovdje i Blue Wall, Juska uživaju i lepo im je.
Coach of GX told me was that if you play Blitz, you can't get Prio in the bot lane 2 versus 2.
Which is very true.
But I think we've seen enough that, hey, maybe bot lane Prio isn't everything. All you gotta do, land a hook, get the Prio.
Exactly. Run at them really aggressively, get the Prio.
That's what I'm thinking.
Azir is the lock for Yahoo.
Face it. Imam jednog dobrog igrača na mom serveru na Disu, ali ne znam da li je tu sad. Mislim da nije.
To hover the Master Yi.
Shout out to Ripbound finalist.
Yes, that is exactly where Yike was going with that one.
Very strong deck right now after the bans. But Nami, as we kind of expected. So it does mean that it's probably Yunara Lulu versus Corki Nami. It's probably our bot lane shenanigans.
I was at RQ Atlanta this weekend for Riftbound. If you want to watch stuff like during the day before every roadshow is on, you can watch some RQ Atlanta.
How exciting, how exciting.
Is in the States though, so you have to do the whole time difference thing in your head.
Fair. But yeah, all sorts of exciting Riot IP stuff happening this weekend. Now,
apart from this and that, and RQ Atlanta,
that's a lot of exciting things.
All sorts of LCS, I assume is on this weekend.
Yeah, as well. So there you go. My statement remains correct.
Valorant. Pretty sure Valorant happens as well sometimes.
Does it? Yeah, during the week.
It's Friday. So it's probably happening today, because today is Friday. Usually it's Saturday today. because it's our first day of shows.
You know, you might very well be right. So again, just reinforcing my previous statement.
More Riot IPs.
Let's talk about the Ziggs that got logged in by Poby.
Yeah, Ziggs for Poby and the Azir. It's a matchup we used to see quite a lot, actually, as an answer to the Azir.
Would you say used to see? I feel like
Ziggs Yunara.
to me is its Knight's answer.
Yes.
Right? And obviously it hasn't exclusively become
Ziggs Midza Navi. Poby, ako nisi mogao da pogodiš Q na Raizu, gdje ćeš pogoditi skillshot na Ziggsu?
Has similar build paths and provides good poke, along with good team fighting. I wish I could remember the game that I recently saw it in, but I can't remember which one it was. I do know that it was either played in the LCK or the LPL very recently, though. Okay. But what this does mean is that with junglers now available, the pool gets pinched even further, and we are in fact seeing a targeted approach towards Reledge. We've got the Zehen ban, Vi ban, and the Aatrox all taken away from the side of KC. They are very confident that Yike has a pick. Right? We've seen him play Sejuani, we've seen him play Maokai, we've seen him play Kha'Zix, we've seen him play Kiana. He can play both the carries and the tanks, so I don't think KC's really too worried about banning away that pool.
So on the final ban coming out of KC alongside the Zehen. With the Gnar ban, it does hint towards Na'Vi wanting Manta on that top lane tank. And with Ornn gone, it doesn't have an easy one to find. Na'Vi thinking about their final ban. So wondering where else Reledge could go. Neferi is always an option. You want to be very aggressive. Kiana as well. And Kiana with a Ziggs there for follow-up damage. That feels pretty nice.
I think like
KC je jako bolje prošao u draftu ovdje. Ziggs je fajn u Azira, ali mi se i dalje Azir mnogo više sviđa kao pik. Da, KC je odrao draft. Odrali su draft, iskreno.
This is actually where you would usually get the Kana Scion, but given that they've banned it away with Gnar gone as well, I'm very curious as to what direction Kana decides to go in.
Is it Olaf with a Lulu pocket?
Oh, into jungle, yeah, could be.
A jungle Olaf. No, instead Jace is going to be the first lock.
It's a good blind with pretty much like most top laners banned.
Could also be a top lane, jungle pick.
Oh!
We did see Jace jungle for a while.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Nerfed, but then it didn't really get any changes after that. Pros just stopped playing it.
Oh, Ornn was played in Series 1. Because I was like, Ornn's off the cards. But it's not. It was played in the first series. Ornn is a good tank.
Yeah.
Right?
What are they thinking
Would
about?
lose to something like a Gwen, I guess. If you want to play top lane.
It's
double flex.
It is double flex.
Double flex here from Na'Vi. We said we wanted Manta off tanks. Said we wanted him on something a little bit more.
I was going to say, can't you pick Vayne into both of those?
You can always pick Vayne. Whether or not you'll win the game is debatable, but Kana's Vayne was very good the last time we saw it. We even had Finn breaking it down between the series.
I was about to say, isn't Varus also open still?
He is open. Do you want Varus or do you want Vayne, Betty?
I think Varus is better. Yeah, I think Varus is much better. I think it's very versatile into both. You could even send the Corki top.
I think that's foolish.
So you do?
Yeah, we are seeing more of these ranged top laners though, especially LCK are using them a lot more as answers. So the Vayne, the Varus, even the Anivia to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, we know Finn hates it.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of
Reledge Jace, Navi ga baš flipa ovdje iskreno, Navi ga baš flipa. Jer mislim ako budu pali behind za Jaceom i Ziggsom, oni su samo doomed.
Ambessa ultimate comboed with Ziggs, you've got Lulu to supplement the dive, you've got Jace that can provide both poke with the Ziggs, so they have ways to match some of the poke. And the Corki.
27 games in a row on the red side for KC, as far as my quick maths.
Je malo internet eksplodirao, ali sad smo se vratili. Samo i tu samo pravim još jednu stvar.
But I know when there were times last split where they deliberately picked red. Oh.
I mean, they picked red in this game after having selection. Poby flashes away from the Ember Survive with Boosio here as well. Flash, Agripism, and with Yike there for the follow-up. Yeah, Poby is toast. Yeah, who's going to be given the kill? First blood to the KC mid.
Nice Nice gank, nice play, nice collapse from Busio as well. He has to commit his flash, but it saves Yehu having to do it instead. They get the flash out from Poby as well. And KC draw first blood.
Yeah, nice move.
Ok, to bi trebalo da bude top. Trebalo bi da smo lagani. Umeđu vremenu, KC našao je kill. Nabi je našao Drakea. A ja sam našao internet koji i dalje ne radi.
On his way, and Best actually made a rotation down. Must have spotted Zin.
Backs away. Samdi here having to use the barriers. Kalis just goes in, and with the tie caller's blessing, chips away at Samdi's health bar.
Now Paris back in lane, but health advantage gained for the KC duo. Grubs is still a ways away, and I don't really think of Jace as a ganking type jungler. He is very much about playing for himself and scaling. One of the big things I heard from pros as to why Jace was so good was you can forego the tier item.
Yeah.
You just don't need it in the jungle. And so instead you just go straight towards your lethality build and you just kind of spike that much earlier, which seems to serve Jace very nicely. Poby though taking a decent chunk of damage from Yehu as he's still kind of the player in our league that heavily prioritizes the Azir.
Yeah.
One of his comforts, something that he does really value, even though many mids have moved off of it, something for him that he still really likes to play.
I mean, if you're an S-tier player playing an A-tier champion, you make that much better than if you are playing a champion that you are A-tier at. It's much better than playing a champion you're S that is S tier but you are B tier at, right? Like you have to be able to.
Iskreno, lepo ga objasnio.
He's just outside the meta. He always skirts those fringes.
Azir je fine. Azir je skroz fine. Iskreno.
At some point this champ will be good. They're close enough.
No matter the meta, no matter the year, Corki and Azir will rival the same. That's ulti corruption.
Da imamo sad, ne ništa. Sam bio fazono možda proba da okrene, da ga brsta, ali ima Merc, Buci, D-Shield. Varus je samo beskonačno puta jači nego skoro bilo koji drugi top laner, pogotovo ako možda pogodi skill shotove.
There's a lot of magic damage that comes through from Varus, but on top of that, the utility that Varus can provide is something that's very obnoxious for a lot of top laners to deal with. The slow from his E, the ultimate that can come through to help disengage, that's kind of the only peel tool that Varus does have. So Merc Treads ultimately end up weighing more based on my understanding of what Finn shared with me.
I also think it goes for like the Dusk and Dawn build. You're reducing.
Merc je svakako fine, većinom damage-a koje Varus radi ti od magic damage prokao W, tako da Merbuc je jedini tačan boots u Varusa. Osim ako ne ideš na agresivan. Kana bez flasha, to je bez wardova, pardon, ima flash, ali zna da me Inter nema. On će ga dive-uju, on nema ulti, ima flash barijeru. Friza pozadi, ali boga mi Kana je ovdje mrtav. Što je bacio barijeru, puno značila.
Does not have the flash, and Kalista first target, Samdi takes him, and then finds fish food for dessert, a double for the Na'Vi bot side.
Beautiful double kill, but it seems that Mainta has overstayed his welcome top.
Yep, Yike's gonna kill
him. I sad će Mainter pasti.
So an easy pick up for Yike, gets a kill back, the gold remains even, but across the map, Na'Vi find a successful dive onto Kana, and they 2v2 kill Kalista Busio in the bottom lane. A huge swing in momentum.
To bi prilike trebalo bude to. Mislim, izgledaju poprilično ok dalje. Ali Samdi baš zna kad treba da uleti unutra, što je najjače. Switchovo je agro čim je ovaj bacio barijeru. Kažem, Samdi je dobar. Stvarno je dobar. Kažem, nema. Od AD carry-a stvarno ne postoji. Nijedna situacija ću reći kao jedan AD carry bezbroj puta bolji nego ovaj drugi.
Unless they thought they were actually going to have kill threat, you lose your main threat. It's like
What is Reledge up to? Is he
He's flashing the wall.
He's flashing the wall.
Okay, so Kana held on to his flash earlier, has the chain of corruption as well, but there's a public execution here for Main as he goes in for the slow. Kana needs that chain of corruption for the CC, but he's knocked back even through the roof. Public execution there for the follow-up, and Kana almost gets the counter kill, but can't do it in time. Reledge there, flashing behind the wall to get the kill.
Flash was very unnecessary, but maybe I'm wrong. Like,
no, you see the question mark pigs come out.
Yes, that's what they
He's
did.
in their heads, bro.
Because they've got that one ward by the Raptors, right? Spotting out if he had taken a flank round. So they're basically saying, how did he get behind me? And they're arguing he must have flashed over the wall.
Yeah.
They are going to lose Dragon, but that's not the end of the world for Na'Vi because they've already gotten the first one of the game. So credit to Reledge. I guess I'm wrong. I guess the flash was needed. They still don't get Kana's flash.
Yeah, I think because Kana had the flash.
Šta god Reledge kaže, ja se slažem, lik je dobar. Lik je legitimno dobar.
If you're fine just getting the flash, I think it's not necessary.
The question becomes, can you keep Kana in lane enough if you just run straight up through the river versus taking that slightly shorter path through the dry-bush? I guess the answer is probably not.
No, because he just flashes the public execution if you...
Lik je legitimno jako dobar u tome što radi. Sad ćemo vidjeti šta će moći još da odradi, ali ovo ne izgleda ni malo loše. Kana nema ništa. Ha, mislim, gledaj, kako god je Varus jaki 1-1, jako se lako maltretira ako cijela ekipa igra oko toga, tako da ovo nije ni malo loše i dalje. Znaju kako da igraju oko Varusa, kako da ga shutdownuju, tako da...
0-3-0 for Kana. It's not going to be an unperturbed top lane extravaganza. Instead, it will be a tower gone. And now Mengta could even TP bots. The question is, does he risk it? Because there's the threat of a dive. But I guess you have to assume.
Yeah, she's going to TP down.
Yeah, he's going to do it, all right.
He's also got flash, and he has the Merc Tread, so even if he's caught out a little bit.
Using this time, though, look at the vision in the bottom side from Busio. Quickly drops all of these very deep wards into Reledge's jungle. Our observers highlighting it for us now. Some of that vision will be spotted out, but at the very least, Casey will get good information as to what's happening down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we'll see if there's a way for Casey to punish it. Samdi walks over vision, used the Scryer's Bloom to spot that out. Didn't see the second one. A couple of wards on the Phaelites for Casey. Kana without flash.
What is Main to do here? Does he go back to base and immediately rotate to top? It seems that the threat of a dive is here from Na'Vi. Casey reacts to it,
spotted out for a long time. Busio and Yike here. The crowd trying to lend their voices to Casey's idea that the dive...
Ok, dobar ult. Ovo ne sme se dogodi Samdiju, iskreno. Imao je barijeru, ali bio je mrtav svejedno. I Casey, ako naskjeluju dovoljno, dalje će im biti veoma igrivo, tako da s te strane su skroz ok.
In the top lane. No one went to respond. Now the Ziggs ulti will come through to clear out the wave, slow that down a bit. But good response from Casey.
Yeah, really nicely done. They even out the goal between Kana and Mengta. We'll have another look at it. Samdi spotted all the way across, and Kana's just like, okay, chain of corruption. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, the follow-up from Casey was really nice as well. The ulti, the bubble was there too. Yike gets that movement speed bonus from the passive of Nami, and is able to lock down and get that kill. So well played by Casey. Still find themselves at about 1k down just because Samdi's still very strong. But Yahoo with the gold lead. Early rocket belt. I don't love it on Azir. I know why all the mid laners are doing it. It's a very cheap, cost-efficient item. Getting that extra bit of mobility always very nice to have as well.
Protobelt je broken. Najgori slučaj kad ode da uradiš što ima shuffle, može da baci protobelt, extenduje koliko dijelom hvata protivnika. Jako često ako neko proba da flashuje Azirov ulti, Azir je bacio protobelt pre toga, Azir će konektovati ulti i bit će skroz fine. Uspjeće da iznenadi i da countera i taj flash, tako da nije loše, za sad je dosta egal game. Ish damage. Ish damage, sjedim i politality itemom.
They got Crescent Guard out from Yike and a Mega Blast going. The Vision comes out from that Scryer's Bloom. Shock Blast goes wide. Rift out down to 4,000 HP. Crescent Guard in, tidal wave there for the follow-up. They'll go for Reledge. Knock up from the Q3. It's Yike steps a little bit further.
Kalis nije našao Parusa, ulti od Azira je bio užasan. I sad mogu da im vrate nazad, Mainter je tu. Ovo je kill, do duše Samdi opet van pozicije. I opet nije bacio barijeru, ne znam šta radi.
But the best benefit of this for KC is that Kana's now at 3-3. They were able to put him behind early, but now he's back in the driver's seat as Relec.
Oh, Relec is dead here. Kalista stayed around. Relec gets knocked up, and Kalista just chasing. Yak will fall to Pobi.
Pobi dobi kill sa Kalista, vjerojatno. Ne znam ima Valkyrie. Ma mrtav je. Dobro, 200 golda razlike. Mislim da je KC u stvari malo close-ovo lead ako ništa.
The chance there as Casey was riding the momentum of those plays. We look back at this and I just love the aggression from Yeti. Look, it's only Busio on your screen right now and he just dives into 3. Knows he has the ultimate. Gets the healing from the W as well. Flashes after them to keep them busy. Ready for Yehu to connect the ult. He only lands it on the 1. This Mega Inferno bomb looks huge. But watch Kana. Connects the ult. Connects the Q. One shot Samdi.
Ovdje samo Kehu malo izrifao iskreno. I Samdi je konstantno šota varu, što mislim provalio bi nakon jednog puta da verovatno tu ne smeš da stojiš.
Good play from Pobi to manage to pick up these kills across the wall and then realizing that his support was there in time. If they'll charge in, we'll take it down to just below a plate. But Na'Vi able to hold on to their mid tower for now. The gold basically even between the two teams as we are getting towards those second item spikes, but no one actually completing the second in their inventory as of yet. They are close to being finished. Drake up Vedi. Both teams on 1 apiece.
Now, I feel like Na'Vi's not in the best position to contest it right now. They have to go the long way around. They don't really have any access to the river. I see Mainter on the flank, but Kana's going to match him, zone him away. Let's see how impactful this poke is from both sides.
You're looking at the shot blast from Relec. Pobi's bouncing bombs as well. The Drake secured. Yehu down. Very low. Mega Inferno bomb there for the follow-up. Shifting Sands out. Na'Vi can look for the mid lane tower. Remember, Satchel Charge does do a chunk, but the Satchel used on KC to try and stop them from getting back towards their turret. They'll defend it for now. In the end, Na'Vi give up the Drake for some damage on the mid lane tier 1.
Pobi landing some really good poke though. He's doing a fantastic job of chipping away the HP of KC. The biggest reason as to why you're picking this into the Azir is because of that range advantage that you do have. Varus being left isolated in the bot lane though means he can push another wave in as Mengta hovering around mid to be ready for a fight. Not going to find one, so he's going to lose some farm, may even lose that bot tower as it gets lower and lower. Down to 1 plate now. Kana back in the lead in terms of the gold, but still a very even game state overall.
Yeah, Dusk and Dawn on its way for him with the Sheen and the Ruby Crystal.
A vidi, mora neko Horva da izvuče Varusa gore. Igrali su i Vin dosta. Još ima plated steel caps. Zamisli igraš Varus i još uzmeš plated steel caps. Ne znam je li bila Trinity, šta? Ne, ovo je Dusk and Dawn, ne Trinity ne igra.
Nice interrupt. We'll keep Samdi around. Won't give him that opportunity to spend his gold. I'm sure he'd really like to base right now. Is he going to get the chance though?
Yeah, should be able to off this wave. Like, next wave is so far away. It's still at the tier 3s in mid lane, right? So, Bliss with a nice missile into the darkness there.
I feel like he had no knowledge of where he was. He just threw that out, hoping
just like maybe he's over here. Mainter needs to be a bit cautious.
Ši koliko damage radi Varus, čovječe. Mislim, sam nim je neko 50-50, napravi dobar play, onda se raspadne.
Kana will take it and very happily accept the extra gold. Still 1,000 gold lead almost for Na'Vi. A lot of that sitting on Samdi's shoulders as he's finished his Fiend Hunter bolts and the Kraken Slayer on this Yunara. But 2 items as well for Kalis. He had a great game 1 on that Ashe. Absolutely space gliding. For Na'Vi, they need Samdi to have a similar performance here as, again, Kalis just dashes forward, has the backup of Busio, and with Yike stepping into this topside river, KC able to force Na'Vi on the back foot again.
Very tense game we find ourselves in.
Baš je napeta partija, slažem se s Kasterijom, baš je napeta partija.
Drake advantage going the way of KC. Keep my eyes on the bottom lane. As both Mainter and Kana keep shifting into the river, ready to rotate at any moment. Mainter does have that.
Sad je Kalis počeo da bije. Gledajte damage od Kalista, koliko bije. Mora se paziti da ne umre, ali kao ako free damage-a radi baš puno. Sam upalio kameru, nisam ni video. Nije bitno, ali ono. Lepše je možda budem to. Rileć baš puka s ovim Jaceom. Dosta prešera. Volim fajtu je slab, ali puk mu je mnogo jak. Dobro. Dobro, ima Q opet. Okej, Protobelt nije ultbacio ako ništa, to je fajn. A vamo su busio i jajk, primili puk života, pa ne mogu raditi ništa.
Okay, these fruits in the jungle providing so much value right now in this small skirmish.
Great card in Riftbound.
Sure, that
revealed by a great influencer.
Yes, okay, wonderful. But the healing that it's providing, on top of the blast cone actually saving Mengta in the bot side jungle as well. And the Scry's boom clearing out all of the vision from used by KC to clear out Navi's vision. So now the bot side river is completely dark. Neither side has really had an opportunity to set up.
Even TP, ne znam šta je Even TP strat. Ali vidi kako je krenulo, postoji šansa za sve u lecu. Igrali su ADTF-a na topu i Aniviju na topu, tako da nakon ta dva stvarno me ništa više ne čudi. Jako spora partija. Samo je pitanje kome to više odgovara. Nisam vidio Bausa, nisam. Gdje su ti? Nisam vidio Bausa, ne. Sim, ruku na srce, stvarno nemam vremena, gledam streamove uopšte, tako da... Ono, ako sam za kompom live sam ili gledam LEC, gledam EBL. Clear TP, bez smajta. Bez smajta? Kao klira bez smajta? Šta klira bez smajta? What? Ja sam zbunjen skroz. Mislim, jer mora da markuje pa da čeka da prođe 45 sekundi pa da uzme. Ili je jungle, ako je jungle, ok, mislim, to je fajn. Ka ne mogu da umre ovdje, što je već to barijeru, mogu da padne samo tako. A ok, ako igra smite, ja zašto pozorno sam treba mu smite, drugačije ne može da klira ništa. Pa da čekaj šta klira, on igra jungle, ili tako? Mislim, ok, ako igra jungle, to je normalno, da. Izmarkuje sve, smajtuje zadnje što markuje, onda unazad samo klira sve.
Winning out in the 2 versus 2, but the more and more I watch these trades, Callista's just constantly getting the better of Samdi, even though he's behind in gold. Mengta though, no ulti, like you don't have a kill.
Yeah, but there's no chain of corruption on Kana either, and if you can get a bit of a collapse out of Poby, maybe you have enough. It looks like they're just playing for the tower instead.
Da, oni hoće samo da rotiraju pobija zbog sečala. I to je flash, boga mi nije loše.
Kana looked for it and Poby flashed away. Yike looking for the chase as well, but without the backup of Busio decides against it, his better angels.
Someone needs to get top lane now for Na'Vi. The pings have come through.
Relax, you think, or?
No. They'll probably
just
send...
TP?
Yeah, exactly. Someone has to go and catch that wave. So there's no dragon soon. They don't have to be worried about it. They are chilling, which means that, yeah, we're kind of going to return back to farming for a little while, unless someone randomly finds a pick.
Dobro, uštedi šta, 15 sekundi trčanja s TP-om, ali tako? Što ako je radio vreme, to mu je vjerojatno dovoljno da se pojavi level 4 na protivničkom redu. I taj jedan level trader za summoner manje više. U suprotno možda radiš manje kampova sa tipa Nunuom da uradiš isto, ali da imaš combat summoner. I to je sve dok protivnik ne startuje na redu. Jer ako nemaš info gdje startuje, možda završi na drugoj strani mape. Mada dobro, mislim, vidim da može da funkcioniše. Ako ti znaš šta tvoj protivnik radi, a tvoj protivnik ne zna šta ti radiš, kroz je viable. Holy Han sama. To jest ne Han sama, nego Samdi. Han sama. Korki mnogo bije. Ja ne znam li ovo Baron iskreno. Jako lepo petuju Barona, ali... Da, ne znam baš iskreno. Mislim da oni čekaju samo te... Mainter. Mainter. Okej, zašto mu je Kjahu upravo dao escape? Šta uradi crni Kjahu? Moram provjeriti nešto s Klarom.
They're still threatening the Baron. They have to be mega careful against the Ziggs, but here we go.
Satchel charge away from Poby. Sam D here as well. Mega Infernal coming out. There's the Emperor's Divide as well from Yahoo. And KC, as soon as they see Na'Vi step forward, immediately pounce. Two more for KC, and you have to feel that's the Baron for them as well.
You have to feel that is the most important swing in this game.
I dok sam ja to rešio, vidio sam šta se izdogađalo. Moja predikcija je da KC dobija ceo, mislim ne dobija ceo, zato što će u play-offu G2 da postane ono, razumeš, asendovaće. Ali moja predikcija će KC biti prvi u regularnom delu i onda će G2 u play-offu da ih pobedi, ne znam ni ja kako. I onda će KC se raspadne. To je moj take. I Parus je... Dobro, okej, šta god. No, bi trebalo da je 2-0.
Showing they are just that cut above this weekend.
It really does feel like we're just seeing a bit of an experience gap where Na'Vi, they're just cracking under the pressure really, and Casey's doing a good job of...
Kažem, Casey stvarno ne... Ovo je bilo namerno, recimo, Kjahu je znao da će ovo se dogodi. Kjahu je samo doktor igrice. Da, dobro, Dumso. KC je francuska ekipa, a ovo se igra u Francuskoj trenutno. Mislim, obično je LEC u Berlinu, u Nemačkoj. Međutim, ove godine Riot je odlučio da će tokom regularne sezone imati LEC roadshow. I ovaj vikend se igra u Francuskoj, a ako se ne veram, sledeći se igra u Španiji, što je dosta gotivno i nekako eto daje i priliku domaćoj publici dođu gledaju svoje ekipe, tako da mislim da kad bude u Španiji igraće i Med i Koi. A sad igra KC i Vitality, jer su to dve francuske organizacije. Tako da to je otprilike ugao.
We talked about it right in the draft. I wasn't entirely sold. I still think they face the same problems that they had in game one, where half the draft kind of wants to do something different to the other half. But I feel like Na'Vi's mainly losing this game because of how they're approaching certain fights, right? And Casey is basically just out team fighting them. And they're finding bits.
Dobro. Ovo je fajn, Kalić će se nahilovati. Ajoj, pa gde... Bro, zašto Pobi stoji između dve kule? Pobi treba da stoji gde stoji Samdi sad, iza inhibitora i da samo čaguje bombe na kripove i da bukvalno samo klira. Mislim da Casey ovdje može da završi game, iskreno. Jer Ziggs je pao, to je većina veku, jer s Baronom pitanje koliko oni mogu da kliraju. Mogu da se rotiraju na miduzu mid inhib, ali mislim da traže end, ovdje ćemo da imamo. Ako biju Nexus kule, to je sigurno da traže kraj, samo pitanje da će ga naći. Prva Nexus kula pada jako brzo, druga Nexus kula će biti pod baljevom, ne znam da mogu završe ovdje. Ja mislim da mogu, nemaju Ziggsa. Samo Kalis treba da nastavlja da bije, da koristi Trinity Force prokove, mislim da bi to bilo to, ljudi. A taman su mi gosti došli, tako da je ovo u stvari savršeno vreme, završi game, bude 2-0 da mogu se trošiti ljudima. Let's go, KC, svaka čast, iskreno, nema šta. KC, apsolutno dominantni i to će biti to, 2-0 za KC, G ljudi moji. Ja sam nestao odmah jer su mi došli gosti, tako da ostavit ću intervju, a mi se vidimo sutra od 5 sati na LEC-u.
Showcased some promising moments, but against the might of KC, they could not quite compete.
You vote for one of the KC players in your player of the series. Kana, Yike and Busio, your options.